The world has always held secrets that defy explanation. Enigmatic symbols etched into stone, hidden in plain sight, yet almost impossible to decipher. Among these mysteries lies one of the most tantalizing and controversial discoveries in the study of ancient civilizations, the so-called Stargate symbols. These are not ordinary carvings or decorative motifs. Across continents, across millennia, similar geometric patterns, circular gateways, and intricate glyphs appear on monuments, temples, and artifacts, suggesting a knowledge far beyond what mainstream history admits. From the sun-scorched ruins of Mesopotamia to the shadowed temples of the Maya, from the soaring pyramids of Egypt to the hidden chambers of India, these symbols whisper of forgotten technology, or perhaps a doorway to realms humanity has only dared to imagine. It all begins with the sheer impossibility of their recurrence. Scholars have long noted coincidences in architecture, art, and mythology, yet the appearance of nearly identical Stargate glyphs across civilizations separated by thousands of miles and centuries is something else entirely. These symbols seem to hint at a shared understanding, a universal language of the cosmos, one that transcends culture, geography, and even time itself. And yet, despite their prevalence, the Stargate symbols remain largely ignored, classified as myth, coincidence, or symbolic ornamentation by conventional archaeologists. Some researchers, however, have dared to suggest a far more radical possibility. These glyphs were not mere symbols. They were instructions, maps, even portals, deliberately hidden in plain sight by those who knew how to use them. The story of their discovery is as mysterious as the symbols themselves. Modern explorers, archaeologists, and even amateur researchers recount stumbling across carvings and inscriptions that seem entirely out of place in their historical context. In some cases, these discoveries were made in restricted excavation sites or remote ruins, only to vanish from official reports or disappear into secret archives. Local legends often echo the imagery found on these stones, telling stories of gods descending from the sky, humans vanishing through glowing doors, or sacred chambers hidden beneath temples. The consistency between myth and artifact is unsettling, and it raises questions that mainstream history cannot or will not answer. One of the most compelling aspects of the Stargate symbols is their design. They are rarely simple. Concentric circles, spirals, interlocking geometries, and abstract figures dominate the carvings. At first glance, they might appear as decorative flourishes, but closer examination reveals precision, mathematical symmetry, and intentional alignment. Some symbols correspond with celestial bodies, star clusters, or cosmic events, suggesting that ancient civilizations may have been mapping the heavens, encoding knowledge about space, time, and perhaps even the very fabric of reality. It's as though these carvings were a message to the initiated, a secret manual encoded in stone, waiting to be deciphered. And yet, the very nature of these symbols evokes fear, awe, and suspicion. In many cultures, Stargate glyphs appear in places forbidden to the uninitiated. Hidden chambers deep within pyramids, the inner sanctum of temples, or sealed tombs guarded by deadly curses. Were these carvings intended to be protective, a warning to those who were unworthy or unprepared? Or were they markers of something far more profound, gateways to knowledge or worlds that humanity has largely forgotten? Every discovery seems to deepen the mystery rather than resolve it, leaving those who encounter the symbols with more questions than answers. There is also an undeniable aura of suppression surrounding these discoveries. Whistleblowers, researchers, and even some archaeologists have hinted at discoveries that never make it to academic journals. Maps, drawings, and artifacts are sometimes removed from public view, quietly disappearing into private collections or secret repositories. Some suggest that this is deliberate, that ancient knowledge of stargates and their potential has been withheld because it is too dangerous, too powerful, or too destabilizing for modern society to handle. Whether true or not, the effect is the same. The symbols retain an air of forbidden mystery, of knowledge that is tantalizingly close yet frustratingly out of reach. In tracing these glyphs, one cannot ignore the way they echo through human culture. Myths and legends speak of God descending from the sky, of celestial roads, portals of light, and journeys to other realms. Stories from the Sumerians describe beings traveling through cosmic doors. Egyptian texts speak of false doors leading to the afterlife. Mesoamerican codices reference Xibalba, the underworld gateway, which aligns with celestial pathways. These tales, dismissed by many as allegory or folklore, take on a chilling new significance when paired with the physical evidence etched in stone. The line between myth and reality begins to blur. As this journey into the Stargate symbols begins, it is impossible not to feel the pull of curiosity, the lure of forbidden knowledge. We stand at the edge of understanding, staring at carvings and texts that may hold secrets about human history, cosmic travel, or the true nature of reality itself. Each symbol, each pattern, each spiral carved into the ancient world is a piece of a puzzle, one that challenges everything we think we know about our past. And yet, the full picture remains hidden, waiting for those daring enough to decode it. What follows is a deep dive into the world of these enigmatic symbols. We will explore ancient maps, sacred geometry, and lost texts. We will walk through forbidden tombs, examine the myths of disappearing gods, and reveal the shocking links that span the globe. By the end of this journey, the question will no longer be whether these Stargate symbols existed, but what they truly represent, and what they could mean for humanity's understanding of the cosmos. The ancient Stargate symbols were never meant to be seen, at least not by everyone. They were created as a bridge between worlds, knowledge, and time itself, a coded testament to the brilliance, ambition, and mystery of civilizations long gone. And yet, here they are, etched in stone and waiting, daring us to decode their secrets. The journey begins now. The story of the forbidden discovery begins in some of the most remote and inhospitable corners of the world. Deep within ancient ruins, long-forgotten temples, and collapsed underground chambers, explorers and archaeologists stumbled upon symbols that seemed to defy explanation. At first, they were dismissed as decorative carvings, the routine work of artisans long dead. But as more instances emerged across continents and cultures, the patterns could no longer be ignored. The same geometric designs, circular gateways, and spiraling glyphs appeared in Sumerian, Egypt, Mesoamerica, and India, as though a single, hidden hand had orchestrated their creation thousands of years ago. These were not isolated instances. They were echoes of a knowledge that spanned the globe. The earliest modern reports of these symbols often came from adventurers and independent researchers operating outside mainstream archaeology. In some cases, they stumbled upon inscriptions in sealed tombs or within areas that local authorities rarely allowed outsiders to access. One such report described a partially collapsed chamber in the deserts of Mesopotamia, where walls covered with intricate circular glyphs appear to represent portals or doorways leading somewhere unknown. The carvings seemed to resonate with celestial alignments, suggesting an understanding of the cosmos that was far beyond what was expected from civilizations of the time. Yet, when these discoveries were reported at academic institutions, the official response was curiously muted. Many researchers began to notice a pattern. Evidence of Stargate-like symbols seemed to vanish as quickly as it appeared. Artifacts disappeared from excavation sites. Manuscripts were quietly removed from libraries, and photographs of inscriptions were denied publication. Some scholars speculate that there were deliberate efforts to suppress these findings, possibly because the implications were too shocking to be publicly acknowledged. What if ancient civilizations possessed knowledge of interdimensional gateways, cosmic travel, or energy systems that we can barely imagine today? Could these symbols be remnants of a technology that was systematically erased from human memory? The suppression of these discoveries fueled speculation and intrigue. Whistleblowers and insiders spoke of confidential reports, secret expeditions, and restricted access to archaeological data. According to some accounts, certain symbols were deemed too dangerous to reveal, either because they contained instructions for accessing other realms or because they conveyed knowledge that challenged religious and scientific orthodoxy. Local legends often corroborated these whispers, speaking of mysterious disappearances, sacred doors, or beings descending from the sky. The convergence of legend, artifact, and suppression created an aura of the forbidden, a feeling that the symbols were not just unknown, but actively hidden from human eyes. What makes these discoveries even more compelling is the sheer diversity of locations in which they appear. In the desert of Iraq and Iran, explorers documented spiral and circular carvings that seemed to track celestial movements. In Egypt, false doors within tombs, a concept long dismissed as symbolic, began to resemble actual gateways, complete with accompanying glyphs that mirrored those found halfway across the globe. Mesoamerican codices reveal similar spirals and doorway motifs, sometimes aligned with constellations or sacred ceremonial dates. Even in India, Vedic temples and carvings echo the Stargate designs, suggesting a shared understanding of cosmic principles. The evidence hints at either a remarkable coincidence or a deliberate and unified knowledge passed down through secret channels for millennia. Perhaps the most shocking aspect of these discoveries is the implication that the knowledge encoded in the symbols was intentional and functional. These were not mere artistic flourishes. They were precise, deliberate, and mathematically consistent. Some glyphs correspond to specific star clusters, equinoxes, or cosmic phenomena. Others appear in locations aligned with energy lines, sacred geometry, or ancient astronomical instruments. The symbols are designed to be noticed, but only by those who understand their deeper meaning. For centuries, these patterns remained hidden in plain sight, their purpose obscured by allegory, tradition, or the passage of time. As the modern world begins to uncover these signs, the mystery deepens. Investigations have revealed that some Stargate-like carvings were discovered decades ago, yet were quietly removed from public discourse. Maps and field notes were classified, artifacts were stored in private collections, and reports were withheld under the pretext of academic uncertainty. The question lingers: if these symbols truly represent knowledge of cosmic gateways, what is being protected by their secrecy? What truths exist in the shadows of human history that have been deliberately kept from us? The forbidden nature of these discoveries gives them an almost magnetic power. Each symbol discovered in a hidden tomb, each glyph etched into stone in an ancient temple, seems to beckon the viewer closer, daring them to decode its meaning. These are not relics of the past meant to fade quietly into history. They are messages, warnings, and invitations all at once. And the deeper one looks, the more the world as we know it begins to unravel. The pattern suggests a level of sophistication and understanding that challenges everything taught in classrooms, questioning the very foundation of human history. Ultimately, the forbidden discovery of these Stargate symbols marks the beginning of a journey into knowledge deliberately obscured, into secrets that ancient civilizations may have hidden to protect humanity or perhaps to preserve power. These symbols are more than mere carvings. They are gateways in both the literal and metaphorical sense, inviting us to question, explore, and ultimately to confront truths long buried beneath the sands of time. The allure of the forbidden beckons, and for those willing to follow the trail, the revelations that lie ahead promise to be unlike anything ever imagined. Across the ancient world, one of the most striking aspects of the Stargate symbols is their remarkable recurrence. From the dusty ruins of Mesopotamia to the dense jungles of Central America, from the river valleys of Egypt to the remote mountains of India, nearly identical glyphs, circular patterns, and intricate geometric motifs appear over and over again. At first glance, one might dismiss these similarities as coincidence or the result of basic human aesthetics. But the precision, repetition, and placement of these symbols suggest something far more deliberate. These were not mere decorations. They were encoded messages, repeated intentionally across time and space, pointing toward knowledge that defied conventional explanations. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, archaeologists have uncovered cylinder seals and carvings depicting gods and humans interacting with circular portals. These glyphs are complex, often featuring spirals, concentric rings, and angular inscriptions that appear to map celestial pathways. The Sumerians, widely regarded as the architects of early writing and advanced mathematics, may have encoded knowledge of the cosmos into these designs. To the untrained eye, the symbols seem purely artistic. But when compared with similar inscriptions found thousands of miles away, the possibility of a universal, shared language begins to emerge, a language meant to convey a reality far beyond ordinary human experience. Moving westward, the pyramids and temples of Egypt present equally perplexing evidence. Here, Stargate-like symbols are found carved into false doors and tombs, hieroglyphs that scholars have traditionally interpreted as metaphors for the passage to the afterlife. Yet these doors are often accompanied by circular patterns, spirals, and lines that appear to connect directly to celestial events, such as solstices or star alignments. Could these false doors have been more than symbolic markers? Some researchers argue that they might represent functional gateways, encoded with knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and energy. The striking similarities to the Sumerian motifs raise a compelling question. How did these distant cultures, separated by thousands of miles and centuries, developed such parallel designs? Across the Atlantic, Mesoamerican civilizations like the Maya and the Aztecs show equally intriguing parallels. In codices and stelae, circular gateways, spirals, and star maps appear repeatedly, often aligned with astronomical observations. The Maya, renowned for their understanding of celestial cycles, embedded symbols in stone that mirror those found in Sumeria and Egypt. Certain glyphs, thought to represent underworld portals or Xibalba, appear to correspond with specific star clusters, suggesting that these civilizations, too, were mapping cosmic pathways. The recurrence of these motifs across civilizations separated by vast oceans cannot easily be explained by chance or independent invention. In India, ancient temple carvings and Vedic texts contain depictions of circular portals, often associated with celestial chariots and divine beings. Temples at Ellora, Mahabalipuram, and other sacred sites feature intricate geometric patterns that echo Stargate motifs from far-flung civilizations. Some researchers suggest that these carvings were not only symbolic but functional, representing advanced knowledge of cosmology, energy flow, and sacred architecture. When compared side by side with Sumerian, Egyptian, and Mesoamerican symbols, the parallels are extraordinary. An almost global language of the cosmos, encoded in stone, wood, and metal. The consistency of these symbols across continents challenges the conventional understanding of human history. According to mainstream archaeology, these civilizations developed largely independently, with limited contact. Yet the repeated geometric structures, circular gateways, and star-aligned motifs suggest the transmission of knowledge on a scale that defies traditional explanations. Could it be that an advanced understanding of the cosmos, or even of interdimensional gateways, was passed secretly between cultures? Or perhaps this knowledge emerged from a lost, global civilization, whose wisdom trickled down into the civilizations we know today. The patterns are not merely decorative. They are deliberate and mathematically precise. Concentric circles, spirals, and interlocking shapes appear consistently, suggesting that these civilizations were working with shared understanding of geometry and cosmic order. Some glyphs correspond to astronomical phenomena such as solstices, eclipses, or the alignment of specific stars. Others appear in conjunction with energy lines or ley networks, hinting at knowledge of the Earth's subtle energy fields. It is as though these civilizations were leaving behind breadcrumbs, a hidden trail pointing to knowledge they did not want lost to time. Legends, myths, and oral histories provide another layer of corroboration. Across the globe, stories describe gods descending from the sky, portals to other worlds, and sacred pathways that only the initiated could traverse. The Sumerians spoke of the Anunnaki, beings who travel between realms. The Egyptians detailed journeys to the Duat, the underworld. The Maya chronicled celestial roads and Xibalba. These myths, long dismissed as allegory, gain new meaning when paired with the physical evidence of Stargate symbols. The convergence of artifact and narrative suggests that these were not mere coincidences, but deliberate encoding of knowledge across multiple channels, visual, textual, and oral. The repetition of these symbols creates a sense of urgency. Scholars and researchers note that when similar motifs appear across continents, they are often accompanied by specific mathematical patterns, astronomical alignments, or energy-related features. This cannot be the result of simple human imagination. The symbols hint at something extraordinary, a knowledge of the cosmos, of energy, and perhaps of gateways that connect dimensions, encoded across cultures and generations. It is as if the ancients were leaving a hidden map, waiting for humanity to rediscover what was almost lost. The global recurrence of Stargate symbols also raises unsettling questions about suppression. Many of these sites were discovered by explorers working in isolation, only to have their findings challenged, dismissed, or removed from public records. In some cases, local authorities or governments prevented further study, fueling speculation that there is an active effort to conceal evidence of these connections. If these symbols truly represent knowledge of gateways or advanced cosmic understanding, their suppression might explain why mainstream history continues to ignore the possibility of lost or forbidden knowledge. The appearance of Stargate symbols across civilizations is not a mere curiosity. It is a call to investigate, to question the accepted narrative of human history. The evidence suggests an underlying unity, a shared understanding of cosmic principles that transcends geography and time. Whether this knowledge was passed deliberately, discovered independently, or inherited from a lost civilization remains a mystery, but the implications are profound. Humanity may have once possessed or been in contact with knowledge far beyond what we imagine today. And these recurring symbols, carved into stone and preserved across millennia, are the breadcrumbs that could lead us back to that forgotten truth. Mesopotamia, often hailed as the cradle of civilization, is home to some of the earliest known examples of Stargate symbolism. The Sumerians, who emerged over 5,000 years ago, left behind a remarkable legacy of writing, mathematics, astronomy, and monumental architecture. Among their most mysterious contributions are the cylinder seals, clay tablets, and carvings that depict figures interacting with circular portals or gateways. At first glance, these artifacts might appear as mythological or ceremonial imagery, yet a closer examination reveals patterns, alignments, and motifs that suggest something far more profound, a deliberate encoding of knowledge about the cosmos, portals, and perhaps even technologies that we have yet to comprehend. One of the most striking examples is found in Sumerian cylinder seals, small, intricately carved objects used to mark documents and possessions. Many of these seals depict humanoid figures in proximity to circular symbols or concentric rings. Some show beings ascending or descending through these forms, often accompanied by star-like or solar imagery. Conventional interpretations have long labeled these scenes as mythological narratives, gods, angels, or spirits moving between heaven and earth, but the precision and recurrence of the symbols hint at a functional purpose. Could these seals have been designed as more than ceremonial tools? Could they have encoded instructions, maps, or record portals used by those in possession of advanced knowledge? The Sumerian king list, another enigmatic artifact, adds another layer to the mystery. This ancient record details the reigns of kings who ruled for thousands of years, far beyond what is humanly possible. While many historians dismiss these figures as symbolic exaggerations, some researchers propose that the list may encode temporal knowledge or experiences connected to these Stargate symbols. Certain rulers are described as receiving divine instruction from beings descending from the heavens, which mirrors the imagery seen on the cylinder seals. The repetition of these themes, celestial travel, portals, and divine instruction, raises profound questions. Were these myths merely allegorical, or were they accounts of real interactions with forces or technologies unknown to modern humans? The placement of Stargate symbols in Sumerian architecture further fuels speculation. Temples, ziggurats, and sacred chambers often feature carvings aligned with celestial events, such as solstices, equinoxes, and the movement of prominent stars. Some researchers note that certain doorways, walls, and reliefs correspond to astronomical coordinates, suggesting that the structures themselves may have functioned as part of a larger cosmic map or mechanism. If the Sumerians were indeed recording knowledge of gateways or portals, it would explain the careful positioning of these symbols within sacred spaces, ensuring that the knowledge remained encoded yet hidden from the uninitiated. What makes the Sumerian Stargate glyphs especially compelling is the consistency across artifacts. Symbols appearing on cylinder seals echo those etched into clay tablets or carved into temple walls. The motifs are geometric, precise, and often aligned with mathematical patterns or celestial phenomena. Spirals, concentric circles, and intersecting lines recur in ways that suggest deliberate intent rather than artistic coincidence. Some researchers even argue that these patterns may encode complex mathematical or astronomical knowledge, potentially serving as a manual for accessing or understanding cosmic gateways. Beyond the physical artifacts, Sumerian mythology offers stories that eerily align with these symbols. The Anunnaki, often described as deities or extraterrestrial beings, are said to have descended from the heavens, imparting knowledge to humans. They are frequently depicted in connection with circular or portal-like motifs, implying a relationship with the Stargates themselves. Scholars and fringe researchers alike have speculated that the Anunnaki myths may contain hidden truths about the interaction between humans and advanced cosmic technologies. Could these myths be a veiled record of actual interdimensional travel or a lost scientific understanding of the universe? The challenge for modern researchers lies not only in deciphering the symbols themselves, but in understanding their context. Sumerian artifacts are often fragmented, weathered, or incomplete. Many tablets and seals have been lost or destroyed, and some that remain are inaccessible in private collections or restricted archives. As a result, The evidence must be pieced together carefully, connecting patterns across thousands of years and vast distances. Even so, the correlations are difficult to ignore. Recurring circular motifs, depictions of ascending and descending beings, alignment with stars, and connections to divine or cosmic knowledge, all pointing to something extraordinary hidden beneath the surface of accepted history. Skeptics argue that the Sumerian Stargate symbols are purely symbolic, allegorical representations of myth and religious belief. They caution against reading technological implications into art or mythology. Yet, when these symbols are compared with those found in Egypt, Mesoamerica, and India, the global recurrence becomes striking. Could the Sumerians have been the originators of a knowledge system that spread across continents, influencing distant civilizations? Or was there a shared source of knowledge, now lost to time, that inspired these parallel symbols? The more one studies these artifacts, the more the line between mythology, technology, and cosmic science begins to blur. Perhaps the most unsettling possibility is that the Sumerians knew something that was deliberately erased from human memory. Some scholars propose that Stargate knowledge was too powerful to be revealed to the masses, encoded instead in symbols, myths, and sacred rituals. The very act of recording it in stone or clay ensured that the information would survive, but only for those capable of deciphering it. In this sense, the Sumerian Stargate glyphs were not only records, they were guardians of forbidden knowledge, a bridge between worlds that few could traverse. Ultimately, the Sumerian puzzle forces us to reconsider our assumptions about the ancient world. The artifacts, symbols, and myths point toward a civilization that may have understood far more than we credit them for. Knowledge of the cosmos, interdimensional gateways, or technologies that have been lost to history. By examining these Stargate symbols, we are not merely studying art or myth. We are peering into the possibility of a hidden chapter of human civilization, one where the boundaries of science, spirituality, and technology intersect in ways modern humanity has yet to comprehend. The Sumerians may have left us a map, a guide, and a warning, all encoded in stone, waiting for the bold and the curious to unlock it. Egypt, the land of pharaohs and pyramids, has long fascinated historians and explorers alike. Its monumental architecture, intricate hieroglyphs, and sacred temples speak of a civilization with extraordinary skill and knowledge. Among the many enigmas of ancient Egypt are the so-called false doors and gateway symbols found in tombs and temples. Traditionally, these have been interpreted as metaphors for the journey to the afterlife, a symbolic passage for the deceased to reach the Egyptian underworld. Yet a closer examination reveals patterns, alignments, and geometric precision that suggest these symbols may have served a far more complex purpose, one that resonates strikingly with Stargate motifs found in distant civilizations. False doors are found in countless tombs across Egypt, particularly in the Old and Middle Kingdoms. They were carved into the walls of burial chambers, often adorned with offerings and inscriptions meant to sustain the deceased in the afterlife. Scholars have long argued that these were purely ritualistic, markers of the soul's passage, portals of symbolic rather than physical significance. However, many of these doors feature concentric circles, spirals, and interlocking shapes, sometimes aligned with the rising sun, solstices, or specific stars. The recurrence of these geometric forms is too precise to be mere decoration. Some researchers have suggested that these patterns may encode advanced astronomical knowledge, or even instructions for accessing unknown energies. Hieroglyphic inscriptions accompanying these symbols add another layer of intrigue. Depictions of gods such as Osiris, Anubis, and Thoth often show them interacting with doorway-like glyphs, suggesting that these deities had knowledge of pathways between worlds. Certain hieroglyphs represent circular forms or spiral motifs that eerily mirror the Stargate symbols found in Sumerian seals and Mesoamerican codices. The precision and repetition of these motifs suggest a deliberate encoding of knowledge that was meant to be understood only by initiates, those trained in the sacred mysteries of Egypt. Could these false doors have been more than symbolic markers? Could they represent functional gateways or record the knowledge of travel between dimensions or realms? The pyramids themselves offer further evidence of this hidden knowledge. While mainstream archaeology emphasizes their function as tombs and monuments, some researchers argue that the internal chambers, shafts, and alignments point to a more esoteric purpose. Certain passages are aligned with specific stars, such as Sirius or Orion's belt, suggesting that the structures themselves were part of a cosmic grid. Inside tombs, Stargate-like symbols and geometric carvings appear with remarkable regularity, as though the architects encoded a message for future generations. The combination of celestial alignment, sacred geometry, and symbolic motifs raises the possibility that the Egyptians understood principles of energy, resonance, or even interdimensional travel, concepts that would have been astonishing for a civilization thousands of years ago. Temples dedicated to gods such as Isis, Hathor, and Ra provide yet another layer of evidence. Circular motifs, spirals, and concentric patterns appear not only in wall carvings, but also in statues, reliefs, and sacred objects. These designs often align with celestial events or solstices, suggesting that they were not purely ornamental. Some scholars propose that these symbols represented doorways of power, functioning as focal points for rituals or energy work. When compared to the Stargate glyphs found in Sumeria and Mesoamerica, the parallels are striking. Across continents and cultures, circular motifs, spirals, and interlocking geometric shapes recur with uncanny consistency, suggesting a shared understanding of cosmic principles. Even the funerary texts, such as the pyramid texts and coffin texts, hint at a deeper understanding of these gateways. Spells and incantations often describe the journey of the soul through portals, across celestial planes, and into the company of gods. While mainstream interpretation treats these passages as allegorical, some researchers suggest they encode practical knowledge, perhaps instructions for manipulating unseen energies or navigating cosmic pathways. The imagery of light circles and celestial travel aligns closely with the physical symbols carved into tombs and temples, creating a mysterious convergence of text, architecture, and geometry. The implications of these findings are profound. If the false doors and Stargate-like symbols were not merely symbolic, then the Egyptians may have possessed knowledge far beyond what modern science can explain. These symbols could represent instructions, maps, or mechanisms for interacting with dimensions beyond our own. They may also point to a continuity of knowledge shared with other ancient civilizations, as striking similarities appear in Sumeria, Mesoamerica, and India. The recurrence of these motifs across time and space challenges conventional narratives and raises questions about the origin and purpose of this knowledge. The secrecy surrounding these symbols adds another layer of intrigue. Many tombs and chambers containing Stargate-like glyphs were sealed for millennia, accessible only to a select few priests or initiates. Archaeological records are often incomplete, and certain artifacts or inscriptions have been removed, lost, or restricted. This pattern of concealment suggests that the knowledge encoded in these symbols was deliberately protected. Whether for spiritual, technological, or political reasons, the Egyptians appear to have safeguarded these gateways from casual discovery. As one contemplates the false doors, the hieroglyphs, and the pyramids, a sense of awe emerges. These are not mere relics of a distant civilization. They are evidence of sophisticated understanding of geometry, astronomy, and perhaps even the mechanisms of interdimensional travel. The precision, recurrence, and deliberate placement of Stargate symbols indicate that ancient Egypt was part of a global network of knowledge, a legacy that has been obscured, suppressed, or forgotten. Each carving, each glyph, each spiral is a tantalizing clue, inviting us to uncover the hidden truths that lie beneath the sands of time. The Egyptian Stargate symbols remind us that history may be far richer, stranger, and more complex than we have been taught. They hint at a civilization that not only understood the natural world, but also possessed insights into realms beyond ordinary perception. By examining these false doors and gateway motifs in the context of global Stargate symbols, we begin to see a pattern, one that stretches across continents and millennia, linking humanity's past mysteries that remain unresolved to this day. And as we continue this journey, it becomes clear that these symbols are not merely artifacts. They are keys, waiting to be deciphered, to unlock a hidden chapter of human knowledge that challenges everything we think we know. In the dense jungles of Central America, the ancient Maya civilization left behind one of the most precise and enigmatic records of astronomy, mathematics, and ritual knowledge ever known to humanity. Towering pyramids, sprawling ceremonial centers, and intricately carved stelae provide a glimpse into a people who understood the heavens with extraordinary sophistication. Among their most perplexing contributions are the glyphs and symbols that resemble stargates or cosmic gateways. These circular motifs, spirals, and intricate geometric designs are not merely decorative. They appear to encode astronomical knowledge, ceremonial significance, and perhaps even access to realms beyond ordinary perception. The Maya were masters of celestial observation. Their calendars, including the long count and soak-in, demonstrate an unparalleled understanding of lunar cycles, solar years, and planetary movements. Many of the stele and temple carvings include glyphs aligned with specific celestial events, such as solstices, eclipses, and the movement of Venus. When these symbols are compared to Stargate motifs found in Sumeria and Egypt, the similarities are striking. Circular gateways, concentric patterns, and spiraling forms recur with remarkable consistency, suggesting that these civilizations may have shared, or independently discovered, a universal visual language representing cosmic knowledge. One of the most fascinating aspects of Maya's Stargate symbolism is its integration with architecture. Temples, pyramids, and ceremonial platforms often align with the movement of stars, the sun, and the moon. For instance, at El Castillo in Chichen Itza, the pyramid's orientation creates the famous serpent shadow during equinoxes, a phenomenon that mirrors celestial events depicted in glyphs. Similarly, the Temple of the Cross at Palenque features inscriptions and carvings with concentric circles and spirals that some researchers interpret as symbolic doorways to other dimensions. The integration of symbolic motifs with precise architectural alignment suggests that these were not random designs. They were part of a deliberate system linking Earth, sky, and possibly realms beyond. Codices, the Maya surviving written records, further reinforce the cosmic significance of these symbols. The Dresden Codex, for example, contains complex astronomical tables and illustrations of deities interacting with circular or portal-like motifs. Certain glyphs depict journeys to the underworld or celestial realms, echoing Egyptian and Sumerian myths of descent and ascent through gateways. The consistency of these images across centuries and regions suggests a deliberate encoding of esoteric knowledge. The Maya were not merely recording myth. They were mapping a cosmology that intertwined time, space, and ritual. The concept of Xibalba, the Maya underworld, is particularly compelling when considered alongside Stargate symbolism. Described in the Popol Vuh, Xibalba is a realm accessed through portals, often represented by cave entrances, river pathways, or circular symbols. Many stele depict heroes or gods entering and exiting these gateways, sometimes accompanied by celestial bodies or geometric patterns that mirror the Stargate motifs found elsewhere in the ancient world. Could these stories be more than allegory? Might they reflect an actual understanding of portals, pathways, or interdimensional travel encoded in symbols and architecture? Maya mythology frequently emphasizes journeys between realms. Deities, shamans, and heroes are described as traversing celestial roads or passing through gates that connect worlds. These narratives align closely with the physical evidence of Stargate symbols. Spirals, circles, and interlocking forms on stele and temples could represent cosmic coordinates, ritual activations, or energy nodes that link human experience with celestial phenomena. Unlike mere decorative motifs, these symbols appear functional, serving as both instruction and record, waiting to be decoded by those with the knowledge to interpret them. The global recurrence of Stargate motifs becomes even more striking when comparing the Maya with Sumerian and Egyptian examples. Circular gateways, spirals, and concentric patterns recur across continents and millennia, suggesting either a shared origin or profound convergence of human cognition. While mainstream scholars attribute these similarities to coincidence or universal human symbolism, the mathematical precision, celestial alignment, and repeated integration with ritual and architecture make such explanations increasingly difficult to accept. The symbol's deliberate design hints at a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos, an understanding that may have enabled interaction with forces or dimensions beyond ordinary perception. Archaeological evidence also supports the possibility of functional significance. Certain Maya temples are built over caves, cenotes, or natural water sources, often seen as entrances to the underworld. These locations frequently feature carvings of circular or spiral motifs, linking them to the broader network of Stargate symbols. The careful placement of these symbols in relation to natural and celestial features suggests intentionality. The Maya were encoding knowledge not only in art and text, but also in the landscape itself, creating a multidimensional system of cosmology and ritual access. The combination of astronomy, architecture, mythology, and glyphic symbolism reveals a civilization deeply attuned to both the cosmos and the unseen. The Stargate motifs found among the Maya are far more than artistic flourishes. They are encoded knowledge systems. Some researchers even suggest that these symbols could have represented practical instructions for harnessing energy, navigating celestial pathways, or engaging with portals between realms. Whether literal or metaphorical, the precision and recurrence of these motifs demonstrate that the Maya had an understanding of the universe far beyond what conventional history acknowledges. Ultimately, the Maya's cosmic pathways offer a tantalizing glimpse into a lost dimension of human knowledge. The integration of Stargate symbols into architecture, codices, and ritual practice suggests a civilization that did not merely observe the stars. They interacted with them, mapped them, and encoded their understanding in ways designed to endure across millennia. The parallels with Sumerian and Egyptian Stargate symbols raise profound questions about the transmission of knowledge across continents, challenging the accepted narrative of human history. By studying these symbols, we may be uncovering the blueprint of a universal understanding of the cosmos, one that humanity has only just begun to glimpse. The Maya remind us that the ancient world was far stranger and more sophisticated than we often give it credit for. Through their Stargate symbols, temples, and texts, they left a legacy that bridges art, astronomy, mythology, and perhaps even technology. These symbols are more than evidence of belief. They are a call to explore, to decode, and to recognize that humanity's ancient past may hold keys to realities we have yet to fully comprehend. And as we move forward to explore other ancient civilizations, such as India, the recurring patterns of Stargate symbolism suggest a hidden web of knowledge that spans continents and millennia, waiting to be unraveled. Across the Indian subcontinent, the ancient temples, cave complexes, and sacred texts reveal a civilization deeply attuned to the cosmos. From the intricately carved rock temples of Ellora and Mahabalipuram to the cosmic alignments described in Vedic manuscripts, India preserves a wealth of knowledge that continues to astonish researchers and explorers. Among the most intriguing elements of this legacy are symbols and motifs that strongly resemble the Stargate glyphs found in Sumeria, Egypt, and Mesoamerica. Circular portals, spirals, concentric rings, and interlocking geometric designs appear repeatedly, suggesting a deliberate encoding of knowledge that connects the heavens and the earth. The temples of Ellora, Mahabalipuram, Khajuraho, and other sacred sites are more than architectural marvels. They are cosmic machines, carefully aligned with celestial events. Carvings on temple walls depict gods and divine vehicles, often framed by circular or spiral motifs that resemble gateways. Chariots ascending into the sky, figures moving through circles of light, and depictions of celestial instruments all suggest that these symbols represent more than myth. Some researchers propose that the carvings are instructions for accessing energy flows, interacting with cosmic forces, or navigating portals to other realms. The precision of these motifs, often integrated into temple design, demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of geometry, astronomy, and the sacred architecture of the cosmos. Vedic texts, particularly the Rig Veda and Atharva Veda, contain repeated references to yantras, chakras, and celestial chariots, which some interpret as symbolic representations of stargates. These texts describe deities traveling through the sky, pathways connecting realms, and energy centers that could be activated through precise alignment and ritual. While mainstream scholarship tends to interpret these as metaphors or poetic imagery, the parallels with the physical symbols carved in temples are striking. Circles, spirals, and concentric patterns appear in both textual descriptions and architectural motifs, suggesting a continuity of knowledge that spans written word, myth, and stone. One particularly fascinating example is the temple complex at Mahabalipuram, known for its rock-cut rathas, chariot temples, and intricate bas-reliefs. Here, carvings depict celestial figures, spiraling patterns, and circular doorways that echo the Stargate glyphs of Sumeria, Egypt, and Mesoamerica. The precise geometry of the carvings, their integration with temple orientation, and their correlation with celestial phenomena suggest intentional encoding of cosmic knowledge. Could these symbols have functioned as a form of ancient cosmic map, guiding initiates in their understanding of the universe or even facilitating interaction with other dimensions? The evidence points toward a sophisticated and deliberate system of knowledge preservation. Sacred geometry is a central theme in Indian temple architecture. Circles, spirals, triangles, and interlocking patterns dominate the design of shrines and altars, often aligned with solstices, equinoxes, or particular constellations. These geometric arrangements are not purely decorative. They embody principles of cosmic resonance, energy flow, and metaphysical alignment. The recurrence of circular and spiral Stargate-like motifs in both temple design and iconography suggests that these symbols may have been functional, serving as focal points for ritual, meditation, or the harnessing of cosmic forces. In this sense, India's Stargate symbols are both aesthetic and operational, bridging art, science, and spirituality. Local myths and epics provide further insight into the Stargate motif. Stories from the Mahabharata, Ramayana, and Puranas describe gods, sages, and celestial beings traveling between worlds using vimanas or flying chariots. These narratives often depict journeys through luminous portals, circular gateways, or spiraling pathways, mirroring the glyphs etched in stone across India's sacred sites. While skeptics dismiss these as allegorical tales, the convergence of myth geometry and architectural alignment cannot be easily ignored. The consistency of circular and spiral motifs suggests intentional encoding of knowledge about cosmic pathways, perhaps akin to the Stargate glyphs found in other ancient civilizations. The recurrence of Stargate symbols in India also reinforces the notion of a global network of knowledge. Circular motifs, concentric rings, and spirals appear in Mesopotamian cylinder seals, Egyptian tombs, Maya stelae, and Indian temples, often aligned with celestial bodies or energy pathways. The similarities are too precise to be purely coincidental. Whether through cultural diffusion, a shared lost civilization, or independent discovery, these symbols reveal a hidden thread of knowledge that connects civilizations across continents and millennia. India's Stargate motifs, embedded in temples and texts, provide yet another piece of the puzzle, showing that ancient humans may have had a universal understanding of cosmic principles. Archaeological evidence in India also suggests that these symbols were deliberately protected. Many carvings are found in secluded chambers, high on cliff faces, or deep within cave complexes accessible only to priests or initiated practitioners. The use of hidden or restricted locations parallels the secrecy observed in Egypt and Sumerian, indicating that Stargate knowledge may have been considered sacred or dangerous. By encoding this knowledge in symbols, geometry, and architecture, the ancients ensured that it would survive across generations while remaining inaccessible to those unprepared to understand its significance. Ultimately, India's Stargate symbols challenge our understanding of ancient civilization. They reveal a culture that was not only spiritually advanced, but also possessed sophisticated knowledge of geometry, astronomy, and possibly even interdimensional pathways. By examining these motifs alongside those of Sumeria, Egypt, and Mesoamerica, a global pattern emerges. Circular gateways, spirals, and geometric designs repeatedly encoded knowledge about cosmic order, energy, and perhaps access to realms beyond ordinary human perception. India's star maps and portals are not isolated anomalies. They are a crucial link in the chain of evidence pointing to a hidden, interconnected history of human civilization. Through temples, carvings, and sacred texts, India preserves an extraordinary legacy. Its Stargate symbols demonstrate that ancient humans were capable of understanding the cosmos in ways that modern science is only beginning to explore. The circular gateways, spirals, and concentric rings carved in stone and encoded in scripture are more than art. They are keys, invitations to decipher a lost dimension of knowledge, and evidence that humanity's ancient past may have been far more extraordinary than we dare imagine. And as we continue to explore forbidden archaeology, these symbols urge us to look deeper, to question what has been taught, and to consider the possibility that the gateways of India may be part of a global network of cosmic knowledge waiting to be rediscovered. Despite the growing body of evidence, the study of Stargate symbols and forbidden archaeology remains one of the most controversial areas of historical research. Scholars, archaeologists, and institutions often avoid delving too deeply into these topics, dismissing them as pseudoscience, myth, or sensationalism. Yet the recurrence of circular gateways, spirals, and concentric motifs across civilizations is undeniable. So, why do mainstream historians steer clear of this evidence? The answer lies in a combination of academic orthodoxy, institutional pressure, and the unsettling implications that such knowledge carries. Academia, by its nature, relies on established paradigms. Historians and archaeologists are trained to interpret artifacts within a framework of conventional chronology and human development. Anything that challenges this framework, such as the idea that ancient civilizations may have understood interdimensional travel, advanced cosmology, or energy manipulation, threatens the very foundation of their expertise. To openly entertain these ideas is to risk professional ridicule, career stagnation, or the rejection of research funding. As a result, many scholars avoid controversial topics, focusing instead on areas that are safe, conventional, and widely accepted. Institutional pressure plays a significant role in suppressing the study of Stargate symbols. Excavations, research permits, and access to ancient sites are often controlled by government agencies or academic institutions. Reports of discoveries that challenge mainstream history are sometimes withheld, restricted, or even deliberately misinterpreted. Whistleblowers and independent researchers have described instances in which Stargate-like carvings were removed from excavation reports, artifacts were sequestered, and photographs or drawings were denied publication. These practices foster an environment in which only a narrow, approved narrative of history is allowed to circulate publicly. Mainstream resistance is also fueled by the implications of the evidence. Stargate symbols suggest that ancient civilizations may have possessed knowledge far beyond what is currently acknowledged. If these motifs represent instructions for accessing interdimensional pathways, mapping cosmic energy, or understanding the fabric of the universe, then humanity's history is far more complex than we have been taught. Accepting such possibilities would force a reevaluation of anthropology, archaeology, astronomy, and even physics. For many historians and institutions, the idea of rewriting foundational knowledge is daunting, if not professionally perilous. Cognitive bias also plays a subtle but powerful role. Humans are predisposed to reject information that conflicts with long-held beliefs or cultural narratives. The academic community is no exception. When confronted with evidence that ancient civilizations may have had access to forbidden knowledge, scholars often default to conventional explanations, myths, coincidences, or artistic symbolism. While this cautious approach is part of scientific rigor, it can also blind researchers to patterns that cross continents and millennia, creating a blind spot in our understanding of human history. The sensational nature of Stargate research further complicates matters. Popular media often portrays these discoveries in dramatic, sometimes exaggerated ways, emphasizing extraterrestrial connections, secret portals, or conspiracy theories. While such portrayals attract public attention, they also make it easier for scholars to dismiss the evidence outright, conflating legitimate research with entertainment. This creates a paradox. The very intrigue that drives public interest simultaneously undermines academic credibility, keeping the subject on the fringes of serious study. Another reason historians avoid the topic is the inherent danger of forbidden knowledge. Across cultures, Stargate symbols appear in restricted, sacred, or highly controlled locations: temples, tombs, cave complexes, and ceremonial sites. Many of these areas were deliberately sealed or hidden from public view. This pattern suggests that ancient civilizations themselves treated this knowledge as powerful, potentially dangerous, and not meant for widespread use. Modern scholars, whether consciously or unconsciously, may sense the weight of this history, avoiding the topic out of respect, caution, or fear of the unknown. Funding and institutional priorities also discourage research. Large-scale archaeological projects, academic studies, and historical publications are often dictated by government bodies, universities, or grant agencies. Topics deemed too speculative, controversial, or politically sensitive rarely receive support. Independent researchers attempting to study Stargate symbols frequently encounter obstacles: restricted access to sites, lack of funding for fieldwork, or outright dismissal of their findings. The result is a form of systemic neglect, where potentially groundbreaking discoveries remain hidden or unexamined. Despite these obstacles, a growing community of independent researchers, archaeologists, and enthusiasts continues to document, analyze, and share findings related to Stargate symbols. Using modern technology, laser scanning, 3D modeling, and satellite imagery, they are uncovering patterns, alignments, and motifs that suggest a level of sophistication and intent previously overlooked. Slowly, the evidence is accumulating, challenging the conventional narrative of human history and forcing a reconsideration of what ancient civilizations truly knew. Ultimately, the avoidance of Stargate symbols by mainstream historians reflects a tension between curiosity and orthodoxy, discovery and conformity, knowledge and fear. These symbols sit at the intersection of art, mythology, science, and spirituality, forcing us to confront uncomfortable questions. What if the ancients knew more than we realize? What if the past is far stranger and more sophisticated than textbooks suggest? And what if this knowledge has been deliberately obscured, waiting for those bold enough to rediscover it? The reluctance of historians to engage with forbidden archaeology does not diminish its significance. On the contrary, it underscores the importance of the research. The Stargate symbols are not merely relics of the past. They are clues to a hidden history, remnants of knowledge that has survived millennia, challenging our understanding of civilization, consciousness, and the cosmos itself. By exploring them, we step beyond the boundaries of accepted history, venturing into the shadowy spaces where mystery and discovery converge. If hunter-gatherers could construct such a site, then our understanding of social complexity in the Paleolithic era must be reevaluated. The traditional narrative, in which agriculture is a prerequisite for organized society, no longer holds. Here, ritual and community appear to precede farming, suggesting that the desire to create meaning, to connect with something greater, may have been the true catalyst for civilization. Göbekli Tepe also ties into a larger pattern of ancient mysteries. Across the globe, from Baalbek to Puma Punku to the pyramids of Egypt, we see evidence of monumental construction appearing suddenly, with techniques that surpass what should have been possible. Could these sites be connected, evidence of a shared legacy of knowledge? Or are they independent outliers, strange anomalies that hint at a much deeper and forgotten human story? Even more unsettling is the idea that Göbekli Tepe may have been only the beginning. Archaeologists have discovered smaller, similar sites nearby, suggesting that this complex was part of a wider network of ritual centers. The scale of labor, coordination, and vision required to construct such a network implies social structures far more sophisticated than we typically attribute to prehistoric hunter-gatherers. These people were not simply surviving. They were organizing, building, and envisioning projects that would endure for millennia. What makes Göbekli Tepe so compelling and so frightening to Orthodox history is that it forces a confrontation with the unknown. It challenges the idea that humans progress linearly from ignorance to knowledge. It suggests that brilliance, artistry, and technical skill may have existed in bursts, appearing in civilizations that flourished briefly and then vanished, leaving only fragments for us to discover. Every stone, every carving, every carefully planned circle speaks of intelligence and capability that defy the conventional timeline. And yet, despite its monumental importance, Göbekli Tepe remains largely hidden from popular consciousness. Excavation continues slowly, constrained by funding politics and the sheer difficulty of unearthing and preserving such a delicate site. But each discovery, each unearthed pillar, only deepens a mystery. It is a monument not just to the people who build it, but to the history that has been lost, the civilizations we can only imagine, and the knowledge that vanished under layers of earth and time. To stand within one of Göbekli Tepe's stone circles is to confront the extraordinary. One feels the presence of something ancient, something that predates kings, dynasties, and empires. It is a humbling, almost frightening realization. Humanity has always been capable of far more than we acknowledge, and yet much of that capability has been forgotten, hidden, or destroyed. The site challenges us to ask uncomfortable questions. Who were these people? Where did they learn their skills? And what happened to them? Göbekli Tepe is more than an archaeological site. It is a symbol of human potential and human mystery. It is proof that our ancestors, even in the Paleolithic era, could envision, plan, and execute projects that endure beyond millennia. And it is a warning that our accepted narratives, the stories we tell ourselves about progress and origins, may be far more incomplete than we are willing to admit. In the shadow of Göbekli Tepe, the truth of humanity's past feels both tantalizingly close and impossibly distant. Every pillar, every carving, every circle carved in stone is a challenge, a dare, a whisper across time. To know our history, we must question everything we think we know. And for those willing to listen, Göbekli Tepe offers a glimpse into a forgotten world, one that may yet rewrite the story of civilization itself. One of the most fascinating and confounding aspects of Stargate symbols is their remarkable mathematical precision. Across civilizations, from Sumeria to Egypt, from Mesoamerica to India, The circular gateways, spirals, and concentric rings are not random decorations. They follow precise geometric rules, align with astronomical phenomena, and sometimes correspond to complex mathematical constants. This suggests that ancient civilizations were not only spiritually and artistically advanced, but also deeply knowledgeable in mathematics and cosmic order, encoding this knowledge in ways that still baffle modern scholars. Take, for instance, the recurring use of the circle, the spiral, and the vesica-piscis shape in Stargate motifs. Circles are universally associated with completeness, eternity, and cycles, yet their precise construction in ancient carvings implies intentionality far beyond mere symbolism. Spirals, often appearing within or surrounding circles, reflect growth patterns found in nature, from the arrangement of sunflower seeds to the spiral arms of galaxies. In Mesoamerican stele Egyptian tombs and Indian temples, these spirals are mathematically consistent, suggesting knowledge of ratios and sequences that hint at an advanced understanding of geometry and natural law. Could these motifs represent coded instructions for navigating energy fields, cosmic alignments, or even interdimensional pathways? The alignment of Stargate symbols with celestial events provides further evidence of their mathematical sophistication. Many carvings, from Egyptian false doors to Maya temple glyphs, correspond with solstices, equinoxes, lunar cycles, or the rising of particular stars. Some researchers have noted that Sumerian cylinder seals align with star clusters, and Indian temple carvings mark the precise angles of celestial bodies during specific times of the year. This precision implies not only careful observation, but also an application of mathematical principles to map the heavens. The Stargate symbols, therefore, are more than art. They are sophisticated cosmic charts encoded in stone. The concept of sacred geometry emerges repeatedly in these motifs. Patterns such as the flower of life, the Fibonacci spiral, and the golden ratio appear in the designs of Stargate glyphs across continents. For example, Egyptian and Indian carvings feature interlocking circles and spirals that correspond to ratios observed in natural forms, while Mesoamerican motifs reveal consistent repetition and scaling indicative of advanced numerical understanding. These patterns suggest that ancient civilizations may have possessed a unified mathematical framework, one used not only for art and architecture, but potentially for practical applications, ranging from energy harnessing to celestial navigation. In addition, researchers have identified specific proportions in Stargate carvings that correspond to fundamental physical constants. In some Egyptian and Sumerian examples, the dimensions of the circular glyphs and their placement within tombs align with ratios approximating pi, phi, the golden ratio, and even planetary orbital distances. While skeptics might attribute this to coincidence, the recurrence across different cultures and time periods challenges such explanations. The precision is too consistent to be random. It implies intentional encoding of knowledge meant to be preserved and perhaps utilized by those who understood its meaning. The Maya, in particular, demonstrate extraordinary integration of mathematics and Stargate symbolism. Their pyramid stele and codices reveal not only astronomical alignments, but also precise ratios and angles encoded in carvings. Spiral motifs, circular glyphs, and concentric designs correspond with calendar cycles, planetary movements, and ceremonial events. The repeated use of these mathematical patterns across sacred architecture suggests that the Maya were mapping the cosmos with precision, encoding Stargate knowledge into a system that bridged geometry, astronomy, and ritual. India's ancient temples further highlight the mathematical sophistication of Stargate motifs. Circular mandalas, concentric yantras, and spiraling temple carvings all demonstrate precise geometric ratios. Temples are often aligned along cardinal directions or celestial lines, while carvings incorporate proportions corresponding to cosmic cycles. Sacred geometry in these symbols may have been intended to resonate with energy fields, celestial alignments, or metaphysical principles, offering initiates the ability to unlock knowledge encoded in space and time. Egyptian Stargate symbols also reveal advanced mathematical thought. False doors and tomb carvings display consistent ratios, geometric precision, and alignments with key stars or solstices. The interplay of circles, spirals, and intersecting lines suggests a deliberate encoding of knowledge about cosmic order, energy pathways, or even interdimensional gateways. These motifs were not decorative flourishes. They were deliberate, precise, and universally recurring symbols of cosmic mathematics, intentionally preserved for future generations. The global recurrence of mathematical precision in Stargate symbols raises profound questions. How did these ancient civilizations, separated by continents and time, converge on similar geometric designs and numerical ratios? Was there a shared knowledge system, a forgotten civilization that disseminated these principles, or a universal understanding of mathematics embedded in nature that humans independently discovered? The answer remains elusive, but the patterns are undeniable. The Stargate symbols are more than artistic expressions. They are mathematical keys, cosmic coordinates, and possibly instructions encoded in sacred geometry. Ultimately, the mathematical precision of Stargate symbols underscores a central mystery. These were not random artistic expressions, but carefully calculated designs, embedded with cosmic and geometric knowledge that transcends time and culture. They represent a hidden layer of human understanding, suggesting that our ancestors possessed insights into the cosmos, energy, and geometry that modern science is only beginning to recognize. By studying these symbols, we begin to glimpse the sophisticated minds of civilizations long gone, and the possibility that the universe itself was once mapped, decoded, and encoded into the very stones of human history. The concept of energy lines, known in modern terms as ley lines, adds a fascinating layer to the mystery of Stargate symbols. Across the globe, from the desert of Egypt to the jungles of Mesoamerica, from the mountains of India to the plains of Mesopotamia, ancient monuments, temples, and sacred sites appear aligned along invisible pathways. These alignments, long dismissed as coincidence, suggest a deliberate understanding of Earth's natural energies, an understanding that may have been intricately connected to the Stargate symbols carved into stone, clay, and temple walls. Could these symbols mark points where cosmic energy converges, functioning as gateways, portals, or hubs for harnessing power? In England, the famous ley line connecting Stonehenge with other Neolithic sites exemplifies the phenomenon. Lines of energy are thought to traverse the landscape, intersecting at sacred locations where ancient humans built their most important monuments. Similar patterns are observed worldwide. The pyramids of Giza, the temples of Palenque, the sacred caves of Ellora, and the Sumerian ziggurats all appear aligned with cardinal points, solstices, or celestial bodies along straight paths that extend across vast distances. Stargate symbols are frequently found at these key points, carved into walls or incorporated into structures in ways that suggest they were intended to channel, focus, or interact with energy along these pathways. The energy hypothesis is supported by the consistency and recurrence of Stargate symbols at these intersections. Spirals, circles, and concentric rings often appear at points where the Earth's magnetic and energy fields converge. In Egypt, circular carvings near the pyramids correspond with specific celestial alignments, while in India, mandalas carved into temples mirror the orientation of ley lines that crisscross the subcontinent. In Mesoamerica, circular motifs appear at cenotes and sacred river sites, further suggesting that these symbols were deliberately placed at energetic nodes. The ancients may have understood that certain points on the Earth acted as natural conduits for cosmic energy, and the Stargate symbols could have served as markers, amplifiers, or even activation points for these forces. The placement of Stargate symbols along ley lines implies a sophisticated understanding of the planet's energy grid. Ancient architects, astronomers, and priests may have intentionally situated temples, tombs, and ceremonial complexes at these nodes to harness or channel energy. Spirals and concentric circles could have acted as conductors, amplifying natural frequencies, aligning with celestial events, or connecting distant sites through unseen networks. This combination of geometry, location, and energy suggests that Stargate symbols were part of a global system of knowledge that links sacred architecture, cosmic observation, and terrestrial power. Many researchers propose that the interaction between Stargate symbols and ley lines may have practical applications. Ancient myths frequently describe portals, gates, or pathways to other realms, often in connection with specific locations. Could these symbols, strategically placed along ley lines, have been used to access altered states of consciousness, communicate with higher dimensions, or even facilitate travel across space and time? While mainstream science does not yet provide answers, the consistent placement of Stargate symbols along energy intersections raises questions about the ancients' knowledge of natural forces and the possibility that they developed a technology of consciousness encoded in stone and geometry. The recurrence of these motifs at energy nodes is not limited to one culture. In Egypt, spirals appear along the Nile's sacred sites. In Mesopotamia, circular carvings mark ziggurat summits. In India, mandalas and yantras coincide with temple alignments and natural energy flows. In Mesoamerica, glyphs appear at sacred caves, rivers, and pyramids. This suggests that knowledge of energy lines and their potential connection to gateways was either shared globally or rediscovered independently by highly advanced civilizations. In either case, the presence of Stargate symbols along ley lines points to a sophisticated understanding of Earth's energetic infrastructure, a knowledge that modern humans are only beginning to explore. Scientific studies of ley lines and geophysical energy provide tantalizing hints. Researchers have measured electromagnetic anomalies, magnetic flux concentrations, and subtle energetic patterns at sites where Stargate symbols appear. While mainstream science remains skeptical, these measurements suggest that ancient humans may have possessed empirical knowledge of energy flows, encoded in a symbolic and architectural language that resonates with the landscape. Circular carvings, spirals, and concentric motifs could have functioned as amplifiers, resonators, or markers for these energy currents, bridging the terrestrial and celestial realms. The placement of Stargate symbols along energy intersections also hints at ritualistic significance. Many ancient texts and myths describe ceremonies performed at sacred sites, often at dawn, dusk, or during celestial events. Spirals and circular motifs carved into temples, tombs, or stelae may have acted as focal points for these rituals, aligning participants with the energy of the site and the cosmos. In this context, Stargate symbols served a dual purpose. They were markers of sacred knowledge and active participants in the energetic processes they encoded. Ultimately, the connection between Stargate symbols and ley lines challenges conventional archaeology. The symbols are not random carvings, isolated decorations, or merely mythological representations. They are part of a sophisticated system that integrates geometry, astronomy, terrestrial energy, and ritual practice. Across continents and cultures, ancient humans encoded knowledge of cosmic and terrestrial forces into their monuments, temples, and sacred symbols, leaving behind a network of stargates aligned with the energy veins of the Earth. By understanding these energy alignments, we begin to see the ancient world in a new light. The Stargate symbols, placed deliberately at ley lines, reveal a civilization with profound knowledge of the Earth's energetic and cosmic architecture. They suggest a lost understanding of how humans, landscapes, and the cosmos interact, a knowledge preserved in stone, encoded in geometry, and hidden in plain sight. As we continue to trace these symbols across the globe, a picture emerges of a world far more interconnected, deliberate, and mysterious than conventional history acknowledges.
The concept of stargates has long been relegated to the realm of myth and science fiction. Yet the evidence carved into stone, etched on clay, and encoded in sacred texts suggests that ancient civilizations may have understood something profoundly real. Across Sumeria, Egypt, Mesoamerica, and India, symbols depicting circular gateways, spirals, and concentric patterns recur in locations aligned with celestial events and energetic nodes. The question arises, what were these stargates for? Were they purely symbolic representations of the cosmos? Or could they have served a functional purpose, bridging space, time, and dimensions in ways that modern science can scarcely imagine? To consider the potential function of ancient stargates, one must examine their consistent features. Circular motifs, often accompanied by spirals or concentric rings, appear in sacred and restricted locations. These symbols are frequently integrated into architecture, art, and ritual, suggesting a system that combined geometry, astronomy, and energy manipulation. Many researchers propose that these stargates may have functioned as portals, mechanisms through which energy, consciousness, or even matter could traverse. If so, the recurrence of similar symbols across civilizations points to a shared understanding of how to access, encode, or control these gateways. In Sumeria, cylinder seals depict humanoid figures interacting with circular portals, sometimes ascending or descending through them. The Anunnaki myths describe beings traveling between heavens and earth, suggesting that the stargates were understood as pathways for advanced entities. These representations may indicate that the Sumerians not only observed these phenomena but also encoded instructions for their use, embedding knowledge of cosmic interaction in symbols accessible only to the initiated. The portals could have been conceptual, energetic, or even physical, serving as links between dimensions or realms of consciousness. Egyptian tombs and pyramids provide further clues. False doors, circular carvings, and concentric motifs frequently align with celestial bodies, solstices, and specific star patterns. Some researchers theorize that these features created resonance within the structures, potentially interacting with natural energy flows, cosmic alignments, or even consciousness itself. Could the pyramids, when paired with Stargate symbols, have functioned as focal points for energy manipulation, transport, or communication with realms beyond our own? The precision of geometry and celestial alignment suggests more than symbolic intent. It implies practical functionality. In Mesoamerica, the Maya depicted circular glyphs and spirals at sites aligned with astronomical phenomena, cenotes, and ceremonial platforms. Certain glyphs illustrate heroes or deities traversing gateways, hinting at the possibility of physical or metaphysical passage through these portals. Some researchers suggest that these stargates may have enabled travel between distant locations, dimensions, or timelines, with rituals and geometric alignments acting as keys or activators. The integration of mathematics, celestial observation, and sacred architecture demonstrates a deliberate, functional design rather than arbitrary artistic expression. India offers yet another dimension to the potential function of stargates. Temples, yantras, and mandalas often depict circular and spiral motifs in precise geometric proportions. Vedic texts describe vimanas, celestial vehicles or chariots, traversing cosmic pathways, sometimes through gates or portals. These descriptions, when combined with temple architecture and symbolic carvings, suggest that stargates could have functioned as conduits for energy, consciousness, or travel, linking humans to the cosmos or to other realms of existence. Sacred geometry may have provided the mechanism for activating these gateways, integrating vibration, resonance, and alignment into practical application. Some theorists posit that stargates may not have been physical in the conventional sense but functioned on vibrational or consciousness-based principles. Spiral and circular symbols could have encoded frequencies, energy patterns, or instructions for focusing consciousness, enabling travel through non-physical realms. This aligns with myths from multiple cultures describing journeys through otherworldly dimensions, the movement of gods or spirits, and interactions with cosmic forces. The stargates, in this view, were both symbolic and operational tools for navigating unseen layers of reality. The precision of stargate design, combined with alignment to ley lines and celestial bodies, reinforces the idea of functionality. The ancients appear to have understood that geometry, energy, and celestial resonance were interlinked, and they encoded this knowledge in symbols meant to endure across millennia. Spirals, concentric circles, and interlocking patterns recur in sacred and restricted locations, suggesting that the stargates were not random or purely ceremonial. Instead, they formed a system for accessing, directing, or interacting with energies beyond ordinary human perception. Evidence also suggests that ritual may have been an essential component of activating these gateways. Across civilizations, stargate symbols are often paired with ceremonial sites, offerings, or chants. In Egypt, rituals were performed at pyramids and tombs aligned with stars. In India, mantras accompanied yantras. In Mesoamerica, sacred ceremonies coincided with solstices and equinoxes. These practices indicate that stargates may have required precise preparation, knowledge, and alignment to function, blending the physical, energetic, and consciousness-based dimensions into a coherent system. Ultimately, the possible function of ancient stargates challenges our understanding of human history, technology, and spirituality. Whether as portals for physical travel, conduits for energy, gateways for consciousness, or all of the above, these symbols suggest that ancient civilizations were operating with a level of knowledge far beyond what is acknowledged today. By studying the geometry, alignment, and recurrence of stargate motifs across cultures, researchers may be uncovering evidence of a global system of advanced understanding, one that bridged mathematics, cosmology, architecture, energy, and consciousness. The stargates of the ancient world were not merely decorative. They were functional, deliberate, and encoded with knowledge that humanity has largely forgotten. They represent a convergence of science, spirituality, and art, a blueprint for interacting with forces that modern humans are only beginning to glimpse. And as we continue to uncover their secrets, we are left to wonder. Could the ancients have traveled across realms, tapped into cosmic energy, or accessed dimensions we still cannot perceive? The answers may lie hidden in the spiral, the circle, and the gateway, waiting for those bold enough to decode them.
Myths and legends from cultures across the globe frequently describe gateways, portals, and cosmic journeys that bear a striking resemblance to the Stargate symbols preserved in ancient artifacts. While scholars often dismiss these stories as allegorical or fantastical, a closer examination reveals patterns, consistencies, and details that hint at something far more profound: a shared understanding of interdimensional travel, cosmic energy, and access to hidden realms. These myths are more than storytelling. They may be encoded records of experiences and knowledge that the ancients considered too powerful to reveal openly. In Sumerian mythology, the Anunnaki are said to descend from the heavens to impart knowledge to humanity. Cylinder seals depict these beings moving through circular gateways, often surrounded by star-like or radiant patterns. Texts recount journeys from the earth to the heavens, and descriptions of portals echo the geometric precision seen in Sumerian artifacts. The recurring motif of ascension and descent suggests that these stories may preserve a memory of functional gateways, mechanisms or rituals that enable interaction with realms beyond ordinary perception. Egyptian legends similarly describe a movement of gods and the journey of the soul through portals to other dimensions. The false doors, pyramid, and temple carvings align with celestial bodies and energy nodes, suggesting that the stories of Osiris, Thoth, and Ra were grounded in more than metaphor. Pyramid texts frequently describe the deceased rising through gates to join the stars or ascend to higher realms of existence. These myths, paired with the precise geometry and placement of Stargate symbols, hint at a civilization that encoded practical knowledge about cosmic travel within its religious narratives. Mesoamerican myths provide another layer of evidence. The Maya and Aztec describes Xibalba, the underworld, and celestial journeys of gods, heroes, and shamans. Many of these stories feature caves, rivers, and circular gateways as entry points to other realms. Glyphs on stelae and codices depict figures passing through spirals, concentric circles, and luminous portals, mirroring the physical symbols carved into temples and ceremonial sites. The recurrence of these motifs across distant civilizations strengthens the hypothesis that Stargate symbols were not symbolic decorations, but visual records of functional phenomena. Indian epics and Puranas further underscore the global nature of Stargate myths. The Mahabharata and Ramayana recount journeys through cosmic chariots, vimanas, and gates leading to other worlds. Mandalas, yantras, and temple carvings depict concentric circles and spirals that echo these stories, suggesting that the myths encoded not just narrative but also practical knowledge of how to navigate these portals. The recurrence of circular gateways in mythology across continents indicates a universal understanding. Ancient humans perceived pathways linking Earth, cosmos, and consciousness. Greek and Norse myths also hint at Stargate-like phenomena. Portals between worlds, divine journeys, and cosmic ladders appear in multiple traditions. The Norse Yggdrasil, a world tree connecting different realms, and the Greek depiction of gateways to Olympus or the underworld, mirror the circular, spiral, and concentric motifs found in distant civilizations. These stories, although culturally distinct, share conceptual parallels with Sumerian, Egyptian, Maya, and Indian legends, reinforcing the idea that myths may be universal codifications of knowledge about gateways or stargates. The consistency across myths is particularly striking when considering the placement of these stories within rituals, sacred architecture, and sacred texts. In nearly every civilization, tales of cosmic travel are accompanied by symbols, spirals, circles, and concentric patterns positioned in temples, tombs, and ceremonial sites. This suggests that myths were not intended solely as entertainment or moral lessons. They were mnemonic devices, preserving practical knowledge in symbolic form. The combination of narrative, geometry, and ritual provided a multidimensional system for recording, protecting, and transmitting Stargate knowledge across generations. Interestingly, many myths also describe conditions or rituals necessary to access these gateways. In Sumeria, certain seals or inscriptions appear in restricted locations, accessible only to priests or rulers. Egyptian texts emphasize purification, alignment with stars, and sacred rituals to ascend to the false doors. Maya codices describe ceremonies performed at solstices or in sacred caves to traverse Xibalba. Indian texts prescribe mantras, yantra activation, and precise geometric alignment to access cosmic pathways. The recurrence of ritual as a prerequisite suggests that the ancients understood these gateways as highly controlled and potentially dangerous, accessible only to those trained or initiated. Some researchers speculate that these myths preserve memories of interactions with advanced beings or technologies. The Anunnaki, the Egyptian gods, the Maya deities, and the Vimana pilots all appear to possess knowledge of stargates, energy manipulation, and cosmic pathways. Myths may have been designed to encode this knowledge while disguising it as allegory, ensuring that only those capable of understanding the symbolism could unlock the secrets. This pattern of encoding knowledge in narrative form reflects a sophisticated understanding of information preservation across millennia. Ultimately, myths and legends act as a bridge between the symbolic and the functional. While they may appear fantastical at first glance, they are reinforced by Stargate symbols, sacred architecture, celestial alignment, and energy nodes. Across continents and cultures, they reveal a hidden consistency. The ancients observed, recorded, and ritualized the operation of gateways linking the Earth, cosmos, and perhaps other dimensions. These stories are not merely entertainment. They are historical and technical records, encoded in language, geometry, and narrative for future generations. By examining myths alongside archaeological and symbolic evidence, we begin to see a global pattern of knowledge that transcends time and geography. The recurring depiction of portals, gates, and cosmic pathways in myths aligns with Stargate symbols, sacred geometry, and celestial observations. This suggests that ancient civilizations, though separated by vast distances, shared a profound understanding of cosmic and terrestrial forces. Myths, in this context, are not fictional. They are keys to understanding a hidden chapter of human history, a legacy of knowledge that has survived for thousands of years, waiting to be deciphered. Art and carvings from ancient civilizations are more than decorative expressions. They are encoded records of knowledge, ritual, and possibly technology. Across the globe, from the walls of Egyptian tombs to the stele of the Maya, from Indian temples to Sumerian cylinder seals, circular gateways, spirals, and concentric motifs dominate sacred art. These symbols are not isolated. They are systematically integrated into culture's most sacred spaces, often aligned with celestial events, ley lines, and energy nodes. The repetition and precision of these motifs suggests that ancient art was functional as well as aesthetic, designed to preserve knowledge of stargates, cosmic travel, and interdimensional pathways. In Egypt, hieroglyphs and wall carvings reveal fascinating details. False doors, temple reliefs, and tomb inscriptions often depict circular motifs framed by deities, rays of light, or geometric patterns. Certain carvings show figures ascending through concentric circles or interacting with portals in ways that suggest movement between realms. Some researchers suggest that these images are not merely symbolic. They encode instructions, rituals, or principles for navigating these gateways. The careful placement of these carvings within tombs and temples, often aligned with the sun, stars, or solstices, reinforces the idea that they were meant to be activated through alignment, ritual, or observation. Sumerian cylinder seals provide another layer of evidence. These small, intricately carved artifacts depict figures moving through circular or spiral forms, often surrounded by star-like patterns. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs, which were integrated into architecture, Sumerian seals were portable, suggesting they may have been used as tools for instruction, ritual, or symbolic activation. The recurring motif of circular gateways, paired with depictions of deities or advanced beings, indicates a shared understanding of cosmic travel or interdimensional pathways. The precision of these carvings, every circle, line, and spiral carefully proportioned, implies a deliberate encoding of knowledge, not random artistic decoration. Mesoamerican art offers equally compelling evidence. Maya stele codices and temple carvings frequently feature spirals, concentric circles, and glyphic depictions of celestial travel. Certain figures are shown entering or emerging from circular portals, often accompanied by stars, serpents, or other cosmic symbols. The integration of these symbols with sacred architecture, solar alignments, and ritual sites strongly suggests functionality. These carvings appear to record knowledge of cosmic pathways, mapping energy, consciousness, or even travel across dimensions. The recurrence of similar motifs across separate Maya city-states points to a system of knowledge deliberately preserved and transmitted through art. India's temples and carvings further reinforce the connection between art and Stargate knowledge. Mandalas, yantras, and temple bas-reliefs often depict circular, spiral, or concentric forms, meticulously integrated with temple geometry and celestial alignment. Scenes of gods traveling in vimanas or ascending through circular portals echo myths from texts like the Mahabharata and Ramayana. The combination of visual art, sacred geometry, and mythological narrative suggests that these carvings were part of a multidimensional system. Art was both a teaching tool and a ritual guide for accessing cosmic or interdimensional pathways. Even smaller artifacts, such as amulets, ceremonial objects, and pottery, often carry Stargate symbols. Across continents, spirals, concentric circles, and interlocking rings appear on items used in rituals or placed in sacred contexts. Their recurring presence in objects associated with initiation, ceremony, or sacred rites suggests that they were functional as well as symbolic. The consistency of these motifs, both in location and design, underscores the deliberate transmission of a coded knowledge system through art. The precision of these carvings is also noteworthy. Many Stargate symbols demonstrate mathematical ratios, alignment with celestial phenomena, and careful scaling that mirrors sacred geometry. In Egypt, false doors and circular carvings correspond with pi, or the golden ratio. Maya spirals align with calendar cycles and celestial observations. Indian mandalas and yantras integrate proportional systems linked to cosmic energy and spiritual resonance. Across all these examples, art becomes a medium for encoding and preserving knowledge that extends beyond the purely aesthetic into the functional, operational, and possibly technological. Art and carvings also function as a mnemonic system. In a world without widespread literacy or technology, symbolic representation was the primary method of preserving knowledge. By encoding Stargate principles in visual form, ancient civilizations created a system that could be interpreted by initiates, scholars, or priests, ensuring that knowledge survived across generations. The integration of circular gateways, spirals, and concentric patterns across different mediums, architecture, reliefs, portable seals, and ceremonial objects suggests a sophisticated and deliberate approach to information preservation. Ultimately, evidence in ancient art and carvings demonstrates that Stargate symbols were far more than decorative or mythological. They were functional, encoded, and deliberately preserved across time and space. By studying these works, we begin to recognize a universal language of cosmic knowledge, one that spans continents, cultures, and millennia. The precision, placement, and recurrence of Stargate motifs in ancient art reveal a hidden system of knowledge, combining mathematics, energy, ritual, and cosmic observation, waiting for modern researchers to decode its secrets. Art, then, is not merely a reflection of ancient aesthetics. It is a blueprint of ancient intelligence. Each spiral, circle, and concentric motif is a marker of a hidden reality, a gateway to understanding a civilization that possessed knowledge far beyond what conventional history acknowledges. Through art and carvings, the ancients left a map of the cosmos, encoded in symbols, awaiting those capable of deciphering the mysteries of stargates, energy, and interdimensional travel. These feats demonstrate that engineering expertise existed long before we generally assume, often disappearing mysteriously with the collapse of these civilizations. In addition to construction, metallurgy, mathematics, and hydraulics, there's evidence suggesting that ancient civilizations may have possessed advanced knowledge of optics and acoustics. Some stone chambers in Egypt and Turkey exhibit properties that amplify sound in ways that modern scientists are still trying to fully understand. Certain carved surfaces and crystal artifacts suggest the use of lenses or magnification, raising the possibility that optical technology existed far earlier than textbooks admit. These capabilities hint at a world where technology was not linear, but cyclical, discovered, perfected, and sometimes lost to time. The question arises, how could these societies achieve such feats without written instructions, mechanized tools, or a continuous scientific tradition? One possibility is that this knowledge was passed down orally, encoded in rituals, architecture, or symbolism. Another, more provocative possibility is that humanity once possessed a level of technological understanding that rivaled or exceeded our own, only to lose it due to cataclysms, social collapse, or deliberate suppression. Evidence from cataclysmic events, forgotten cities, and anomalous artifacts all lend credence to the latter theory. Even the global distribution of these advanced technologies adds weight to the mystery. From South America to Africa, from India to China, and even in parts of Europe, ancient civilizations developed engineering solutions, architectural marvels, and metalworking techniques that surpass what conventional history allows. The similarity of methods and outcomes, despite vast geographic separation, raises a possibility of shared ancient knowledge, perhaps passed along trade routes, migratory patterns, or remnants of civilizations now lost to time. Perhaps the most compelling aspect of ancient advanced technologies is the sheer audacity and ambition behind them. Stone blocks weighing tens or hundreds of tons, precision carving that defies tools of the era, and urban planning that required both foresight and coordination all suggest societies with profound understanding of physics, mathematics, and material science. These were not accidental discoveries. They were deliberate, calculated, and executed with astonishing skill. The implications of these findings are enormous. They challenge the conventional narrative that humanity evolved gradually from primitive to advanced. They suggest a more complex trajectory, where knowledge could rise to extraordinary heights and then vanish, leaving behind only tantalizing remnants. If so, our current understanding of history is incomplete, perhaps by design or circumstance, and we may only be scratching the surface of what our ancestors truly achieved. In many ways, ancient advanced technologies serve as both a warning and an invitation. They remind us that brilliance can exist anywhere, at any time, and yet be lost. They also invite modern researchers, engineers, and archaeologists to look beyond conventional wisdom, to question assumptions, and to consider the possibility that the past holds technologies and insights far beyond what we currently imagine. Each stone, each pillar, each artifact is a clue, pointing to a forgotten era of human ingenuity and challenging us to piece together a history that refuses to be neatly contained. Ultimately, the evidence of ancient advanced technologies forces us to confront a disquieting possibility. The story of human progress is not a simple line from ignorance to enlightenment. It is a cycle of discovery, mastery, loss, and rediscovery. Humanity may have been capable of extraordinary feats thousands, even tens of thousands, of years ago, only to see that knowledge fade into obscurity. And if that is true, then the achievement of our ancestors are far more remarkable than we have been taught to believe. The challenge now is not only to document these feats, but to understand their origins, purposes, and implications. Were they the product of independent genius, shared knowledge, or a lost civilization that predates recorded history? The answers remain elusive, hidden in stone, metal, and earth, waiting for those brave enough to uncover them. In doing so, we may not only rediscover lost technologies, but also unlock a deeper understanding of humanity itself, its potential, its ingenuity, and its enduring capacity to astonish. Celestial alignments have long fascinated humanity, guiding agricultural cycles, religious rituals, and architectural design. Yet when we examine the Stargate symbols embedded in ancient civilizations, a startling pattern emerges. These motifs often align precisely with the movement of stars, planets, and other celestial bodies. From the pyramids of Egypt to the temples of India, from Maya stelae to Sumerian ziggurats, circular gateways, spirals, and concentric symbols appear deliberately positioned in relation to the heavens. This raises a provocative question. Were these stargates not only symbolic, but also activated by the movement of the cosmos? In Egypt, the pyramids of Giza offer perhaps the clearest example. The Great Pyramid sides align almost perfectly with the cardinal points, while the shaft of the king's chamber are aimed towards specific stars, such as Sirius and Orion's belt. Scholars have long debated the purpose of these alignments, but when paired with Stargate symbols on temple walls and tombs, a compelling theory emerges. The circular and spiral carvings may have acted as focal points, designed to interact with the precise positions of celestial bodies at certain times, potentially activating the Stargate through resonance or alignment. The idea is both mystical and mathematical, a combination of geometry, astronomy, and energetic timing, creating a portal-like effect. Mesoamerican sites reinforce this notion. The Maya pyramids at Chichen Itza, for instance, create the famous serpent shadow along El Castillo during equinoxes, a phenomenon that aligns with the glyphs on stelae depicting circular gateways. Codices, carvings, and ceremonial platforms suggest that these alignments were not coincidental. They were integral to the rituals and potentially to the functioning of the Stargates. Spirals and concentric circles appear at locations where astronomical observations could be performed, suggesting that Stargates may have been activated during specific celestial events, linking the physical world with cosmic forces in a precise and controlled manner. In India, temples like those at Khajuraho, Ellora, and Konark demonstrate similar principles. Many structures are oriented along cardinal directions or toward specific star constellations. Carvings of mandalas, yantras, and circular gateways are not merely decorative. They correspond to solar positions, lunar cycles, and planetary movements. Ancient texts describe the use of mantras, rituals, and geometric patterns in combination with cosmic timing to access higher states of consciousness or navigate otherworldly pathways. The precision of these alignments suggests that celestial events acted as triggers, activating the Stargates at specific moments in time. Sumerian ziggurats provide additional clues. The step pyramids often align with prominent stars and planetary bodies, while cylinder seals depict figures interacting with circular symbols surrounded by star-like motifs. This recurring imagery hints that Stargates were perceived as active, dynamic systems that could be engaged or opened through celestial alignment. The combination of observation, geometry, and ritual suggests an understanding of a universe that extends far beyond passive worship. It implies practical, functional knowledge encoded in symbolic form. The mathematics behind these alignments is equally compelling. Researchers have noted that many Stargate symbols correspond to ratios derived from planetary cycles, lunar periods, and solar years. Concentric circles, spirals, and interlocking geometries in carvings appear to encode orbital distances, angles of inclination, or cycles of celestial bodies. Whether through observation, calculation, or a combination of both, ancient civilizations appear to have understood the relationship between geometry and cosmic motion, encoding that understanding into symbols that could potentially channel or amplify energy during precise alignments. Ley lines and energy nodes intersect with these celestial alignments, creating a multi-layered system of cosmic connectivity. Stargate symbols are often found at locations where energy lines meet, precisely aligned with celestial events. This triangulation of geometry, energy, and cosmic timing suggests that Stargates were not merely theoretical. They may have functioned as energetic or consciousness-based portals when activated by celestial alignment. The repetition of this principle across continents implies a shared understanding of the interplay between Earth, cosmos, and Stargate systems. Rituals and ceremonial practices further support the concept of activation through celestial alignment. In Egypt, priests performed ceremonies timed to the rising of specific stars. In India, mantras and yantras were combined with solar and lunar cycles. In Mesoamerica, equinoxes and solstices were crucial to ritual observances. The integration of ritual, architecture, and celestial observation suggests that Stargates were designed to interact with cosmic forces in a precise and deliberate manner. Activation was likely a combination of timing, geometry, and consciousness, creating conditions under which the Stargate could function. The global recurrence of these alignments challenges conventional history. While scholars often attribute architectural precision to religious or agricultural needs, the consistency of Stargate motifs aligned with celestial phenomena suggests a far more sophisticated understanding. Ancient civilizations were not merely observing the stars. They were mapping, predicting, and interacting with cosmic events to create functional systems encoded in stone, art, and ritual. These alignments imply an advanced knowledge of astronomy, geometry, and energy systems that mainstream history is only beginning to acknowledge. Ultimately, the evidence of celestial alignments suggests that Stargates were active systems, designed to function in harmony with the cosmos. The circular motifs, spirals, and concentric carvings across Egypt, India, Mesoamerica, and Sumeria were not decorative. They were integral components of a larger system connecting Earth, cosmos, and consciousness. By observing, aligning, and performing rituals at specific moments in time, ancient civilizations may have been able to access pathways beyond ordinary perception, connected with energy flows, cosmic forces, or even other dimensions. Celestial alignments, therefore, are more than scientific curiosities. They are potential keys to understanding the functional nature of ancient Stargates. The precision, consistency, and recurrence of these alignments worldwide suggest a hidden, global system of knowledge, one that integrated astronomy, geometry, energy, and consciousness into a unified framework. The ancients may have known how to harness the movements of the cosmos to open gateways, creating a bridge between the physical and the extraordinary that has been lost to modern civilization. But glimpses of it remain, encoded in the stars, stone, and sacred symbols they left behind. The possibility that stargates were functional devices or energy nodes raises a crucial question. How were they activated? Across civilizations, rituals, chants, geometric alignments, and ceremonial observances appear to have been integral to interacting with these gateways. Far from being mere superstitions, these rituals may have been practical instructions encoded in myth, art, and sacred texts, providing a system for unlocking the latent power within Stargate symbols. By examining these practices across Sumeria, Egypt, Mesoamerica, and India, we can begin to piece together a fascinating picture of ancient knowledge that blends of physical, energetic, and consciousness-based worlds. In Egypt, rituals associated with tombs, temples, and pyramids often involve precise timing, geometry, and chants. Priests perform ceremonies aligned with the rising of key stars, solstices, or planetary positions, sometimes in conjunction with sacred instruments like sistrums or ceremonial fires. Hieroglyphs and carvings depicting concentric circles, spirals, or false doors were likely more than symbolic. They may have been used as ritual focal points, directing energy or guiding consciousness through gateways. Texts such as a pyramid and coffin text describe the soul's journey through gates and portals, suggesting that rituals were necessary for navigating these stargates safely and effectively. Sumerian rituals appear to have been similarly structured. Cylinder seals, inscriptions, and temple carvings indicate that priests and rulers performed ceremonies at specific locations and times, often in secluded chambers or sacred temples. Circular motifs, spirals, and star-like symbols were incorporated into these rituals, possibly acting as visual keys to align energy, consciousness, or cosmic forces. The repeated depiction of figures moving through these circular gateways hints at the possibility that rituals facilitated not just symbolic journeys, but functional activation of stargates, allowing participants to interact with dimensions or energies otherwise inaccessible. In Mesoamerica, the Mayan and Aztec performed elaborate ceremonies tied to solar and lunar cycles, equinoxes, solstices, and planetary alignments. Sacred caves, pyramids, and cenotes serve as ritual venues, often decorated with concentric circles, spirals, and stargate glyphs. Priests or shamans likely combined chants, offerings, and geometric gestures to harmonize with cosmic and terrestrial energies. Codices, murals, and stele suggest that these rituals were designed to open gateways or facilitate journeys, whether symbolic, energetic, or potentially physical. The integration of space, time, and action indicates that activation was a multidimensional process, blending observance, geometry, and consciousness into a unified system. India provides some of the most detailed examples of ritualistic Stargate activation. Ancient texts like the Vedas and Puranas describe precise rituals involving yantras, geometric diagrams, mantras, vocalized sounds, and meditation practices. Circular and spiral symbols embedded in temples served as focal points for these rituals, potentially channeling cosmic energy, aligning consciousness, or facilitating interdimensional travel. Timing was crucial. Certain rituals were performed during specific planetary transits, lunar phases, or solstices. The combination of geometry, vibration, and timing suggests that these practices were designed to resonate with both terrestrial and cosmic energies, effectively activating the Stargate. The role of sound and vibration cannot be overlooked. Across cultures, chants, drumming, and musical instruments were integral to ritual practices. In Egypt, sistrums and vocalized hymns may have amplified energy within temple chambers. In India, mantras were recited to activate yantras and mandalas, generating vibrational patterns that could interact with cosmic or terrestrial energies. In Mesoamerica, drums, flutes, and vocal incantations accompanied ceremonies at Stargate sites, possibly serving as vibrational keys to align participants with energy flows. Sound, combined with geometric precision and celestial timing, created a multidimensional activation process that was both experiential and functional. Rituals also involved initiatory practices, often restricting participation to those trained or initiated in the system. This secrecy is evident across civilizations. In Sumeria, access to Stargate chambers was limited to priests and rulers. In Egypt, certain temple areas were off-limits to the uninitiated. In India, mantras and yantras were traditionally taught only to qualified disciples. The controlled access suggests that activation was a delicate process, requiring knowledge, precision, and perhaps spiritual or energetic preparedness. Misalignment or misuse could have consequences, reinforcing the sacred and powerful nature of stargates. Sacred geometry was central to all activation methods. Circles, spirals, and concentric designs were not decorative. They encoded energy pathways, cosmic alignments, and focal points for consciousness. By interacting with these patterns, through gesture, chant, meditation, or ritual action, ancients could theoretically tune themselves and environment to the frequencies required to activate a stargate. The combination of geometry, energy, and consciousness demonstrates an advanced understanding of multidimensional systems, far beyond what modern science acknowledges. Finally, the recurrence of similar ritual structures across continents suggests a shared understanding or universal principles. Despite vast distances, civilizations from Sumeria to Mesoamerica, from Egypt to India, developed highly structured methods for interacting with stargates, blending geometry, celestial alignment, sound, and conscious intention. This convergence reinforces the possibility that stargates were functional systems, energy nodes, consciousness gateways, or interdimensional portals, whose activation required precise and holistic engagement. Ultimately, the study of rituals and activation methods illuminates a crucial aspect of forbidden knowledge. Stargates were not passive symbols. They were active systems. Through geometry, sound, timing, and consciousness, ancient humans may have engaged with forces and dimensions that modern science is only beginning to glimpse. These rituals reveal the sophistication of their understanding and the extraordinary legacy encoded in myths, carvings, temples, and sacred symbols, a legacy that challenges everything we think we know about the ancient world. The possibility that stargates were more than symbolic or energetic constructs inevitably leads us to consider the role of ancient technology. Across civilizations, from the monumental architecture of Egypt to the intricately engineered temples of India, from Mesoamerican pyramids to Sumerian ziggurats, there are tantalizing hints that advanced technological knowledge may have been intertwined with stargate systems. These technological clues, often dismissed or misunderstood by mainstream scholarship, suggest that ancient humans may have developed sophisticated mechanisms for harnessing energy, focusing consciousness, or even interacting with gateways that transcended conventional space and time. In Egypt, the construction of pyramids remains one of the greatest engineering mysteries of all time. The precision with which massive stone blocks were cut, transported, and assembled has led many researchers to speculate about the use of advanced tools or energy manipulation. The internal chambers, shafts, and passageways aligned with stargate symbols and celestial phenomena, raising the possibility that these structures were not just tombs but functional devices, perhaps even energy conductors or gateway activation systems. Some scholars suggest that the pyramids themselves could have amplified terrestrial energy flows or cosmic alignments, interacting with stargate symbols carved within or nearby. Sumerian artifacts also hint at technological sophistication. Cylinder seals, inscriptions, and reliefs depict circular gateways, humanoid figures, and star-like patterns, sometimes in ways that suggest operational principles rather than purely symbolic storytelling. Some of these artifacts appear to encode instructions for aligning energy, manipulating cosmic forces, or activating gateways. The repetition of certain geometric patterns, concentric circles, spirals, and interlocking forms, across multiple Sumerian sites suggests a standardized approach, possibly reflecting a technological or energetic methodology that was taught and preserved across generations. Mesoamerican civilizations, particularly the Maya, provide further clues. Temples, pyramids, and stelae were not only aligned with celestial events, but also incorporated spirals, concentric circles, and glyphic symbols that could function as calibration tools for energy or consciousness. Some researchers speculate that sacred cenotes and underground chambers may have been part of technological systems that interacted with water, minerals, or natural electromagnetic fields. Combined with Stargate motifs, these structures could represent early attempts to harness and direct energy, both physical and metaphysical, toward a functional purpose. India's ancient architecture is particularly revealing in terms of potential technological application. Temples, yantras, and mandalas demonstrate precise geometric proportions, alignments with celestial bodies, and integration with natural energy points. Certain carvings and sculptures appear designed to resonate with sound, vibration, and energy fields, suggesting a deliberate technological sophistication. Texts describe vimanas, celestial vehicles capable of traversing vast distances or dimensions, hinting that stargates may have been linked to practical devices or technologies that enabled interdimensional travel or energy manipulation. The combination of architecture, geometry, ritual, and textual description points to a comprehensive system integrating technology, energy, and consciousness. Ancient metallurgy and material science may also provide indirect evidence. In Egypt, Mesoamerica, and India, metals and alloys were sometimes used in ceremonial artifacts, statues, and temple implements in ways that could enhance energy conductivity or resonance. Some researchers propose that these materials were deliberately chosen to amplify or focus energy associated with stargates, effectively serving as technological components in a larger system. The careful combination of geometry, materials, and positioning indicates a sophisticated understanding of how physical elements could interact with energy and consciousness. Textual evidence supports the possibility of technology being connected to stargates. Sumerian cuneiform, Vedic texts, and Mesoamerican codices all describe devices, vehicles, or machines that interact with cosmic forces, sometimes in conjunction with portals or gateways. While skeptics often dismiss these as myth or allegory, the consistent depiction across time and culture suggests that these descriptions may encode practical knowledge. The ancients may have understood the principles of resonance, geometry, and energy manipulation in ways that modern science only approximates today. Even the design of sacred spaces hints at technological function. Circular layouts, concentric sanctums, and spiraling stairways may have been more than symbolic. They could serve to focus energy, direct consciousness, or interact with stargates. The integration of ritual, geometry, and celestial timing points to a highly sophisticated system in which architecture itself acted as a technological interface. The recurrence of similar designs across distant civilizations raises the possibility that a lost technological knowledge was shared or independently discovered, suggesting a global understanding of energy and stargates far beyond what mainstream history acknowledges. The convergence of art, architecture, ritual, and potential technology highlights an important point. Stargates were likely operational systems, not merely symbolic representations. Circular gateways, spirals, and concentric carvings were integrated into functional environments where geometry, materials, vibration, and celestial alignment interacted in a complex and precise manner. This suggests that ancient civilizations were operating with principles that modern humans would recognize as both technological and energetic, a seamless integration of physical and metaphysical understanding. Ultimately, evidence of ancient technology linked to stargates challenges conventional assumptions about human history. The engineering precision of pyramids, temples, and ziggurats, combined with geometric symbols, celestial alignments, and ritual practices, suggests that the ancients possessed a sophisticated comprehension of energy, consciousness, and cosmic interaction. Stargates, therefore, were not abstract concepts. They may have been tangible, functional systems, technological, energetic, and symbolic all at once, demonstrating an advanced knowledge of the universe that modern scholars are only beginning to explore. By studying these interconnected systems, we gain glimpses into a forgotten chapter of human history, where technology, ritual, and cosmic understanding converged. The stargates of antiquity were more than art or myth. They were operational devices, encoded with knowledge that spanned continents and millennia. Unlocking their secrets may reveal not just the ingenuity of our ancestors, but also the untapped potential of the human mind and its relationship to the cosmos. Hidden within the intricate designs of stargate symbols is a level of encoding that continues to baffle scholars, archaeologists, and cryptographers alike. Across civilizations, from the temples of India to the pyramids of Egypt, from Sumerian cylinder seals to Mesoamerican stelae, circular motifs, spirals, and concentric patterns frequently appear in ways that suggest deliberate concealment of knowledge. These symbols are not merely artistic flourishes or religious decorations. They are complex codes, hiding messages about energy, cosmology, consciousness, and perhaps even access to gateways beyond ordinary perception. In Egypt, hieroglyphs often intertwine with circular and spiral motifs, forming patterns that may encode mathematical constants, astronomical data, or metaphysical principles. Some researchers have identified repetitions of ratios corresponding to pi, phi, the golden ratio, and other significant mathematical values, suggesting that the symbols carry encoded numerical knowledge. Beyond mathematics, Certain hieroglyphic combinations seem to function as mnemonic devices, designed to convey information about rituals, celestial alignments, and Stargate activation methods to those trained in the system. This level of encoding hints at a civilization that understood not just art, geometry, and astronomy, but also the importance of preserving knowledge in a hidden, symbolic form. Sumerian artifacts provide additional evidence of hidden codes. Cylinder seals depict figures interacting with circular gateways, star clusters, and concentric symbols in ways that suggest layered meaning. Some of these seals appear to encode instructions for alignment, energy flow, or consciousness-based interaction with gateways. The repetition of motifs across multiple sites suggests a standardized coding system, possibly serving as both a teaching tool and protective mechanism, ensuring that knowledge was only accessible to the initiated or those capable of deciphering the symbols. The Sumerians understood that encoding knowledge in symbolic form could preserve across generations while limiting access to the uninitiated. Mesoamerican civilizations were masters of encoded symbolism. Maya stele codices and temple carvings feature concentric circles, spirals, and glyphic patterns that combine narrative, astronomical, and ritual data. Scholars have noted that these motifs often correspond with calendrical cycles, solstices, equinoxes, and planetary movements, suggesting that the Stargate symbols were designed as multilayered codes. Certain glyphs depict figures entering or emerging from circular motifs, indicating that the encoded knowledge was functional. It contained instructions for interacting with gateways or energy systems, not merely storytelling. The codices, when read alongside physical monuments, reveal a complex web of information that merges mythology, mathematics, and cosmic observation. India offers some of the most intricate examples of hidden codes within Stargate symbols. Mandalas, yantras, and temple carvings often integrate precise geometric patterns, celestial alignments, and sacred ratios. Certain concentric designs, spirals, and intersecting circles appear to encode knowledge about cosmic cycles, energy flow, and consciousness-based practices. Ancient texts describe ritual, meditation, and mantra recitation in conjunction with these symbols, implying that they serve as both visual and functional codes. The layering of geometry, vibration, and mythology transforms these symbols into multidimensional messages, accessible only to those who understand the principles behind them. The use of repetition and symmetry is another technique that appears in Stargate coding. Circular motifs, spirals, and geometric patterns are often repeated across multiple locations and civilizations, suggesting that the ancients developed a universal symbolic language. This repetition serves multiple purposes. It reinforces learning, encodes instructions for activation or alignment, and preserves knowledge in a durable, universal form. By embedding multiple layers of information within a single symbol, civilizations could transmit advanced knowledge across time and space, protected from those who lack the understanding necessary to decode it. Some researchers propose that Stargate symbols also encode energetic or consciousness-based information. Spirals, concentric circles, and interlocking shapes may correspond to vibrational frequencies, resonance patterns, or pathways for directing consciousness. If this is the case, the codes are not purely intellectual, they are functional, designed to guide practitioners in interacting with energy, gateways, or cosmic forces. This aligns with rituals described across civilizations, in which symbols, geometry, and sound were combined to achieve specific energetic or consciousness-based outcomes. The Stargate symbols, then, are simultaneously mathematical, cosmological, ritualistic, and operational codes. Hidden messages may also include warnings, instructions, or limitations. Many Stargate symbols are located in restricted areas, accessible only to priests, initiates, or ruling elites. This placement implies that the encoded knowledge was considered powerful or dangerous, requiring careful handling. Misinterpretation could lead to catastrophic outcomes, which explains why symbols were often paired with ritual, instruction, and mythology. By embedding critical information within art and architecture, ancient civilizations created a secure method of transmitting knowledge across generations while minimizing the risk of misuse. Ultimately, the hidden codes within Stargate symbols suggest a level of sophistication that challenges modern understanding of ancient civilizations. The integration of mathematics, geometry, astronomy, energy, consciousness, and ritual into a single symbolic system implies that these societies were far more advanced than commonly recognized. Each spiral, circle, and concentric motif is a layer of information, a key to understanding the cosmic and energetic knowledge encoded in human history. By decoding these hidden messages, modern researchers can begin to reconstruct the operational principles behind stargates. Whether these codes describe geometry, energy, consciousness, or all three, they point to a global system of advanced knowledge deliberately preserved through symbolic language. The Stargate symbols, therefore, are not merely artistic expressions. They are encrypted records of forgotten science, waiting for the patient and perceptive to uncover their secrets. Ancient maps have long fascinated historians, archaeologists, and conspiracy theorists alike. Unlike modern maps, these artifacts often blend geography, cosmology, and symbolism in ways that suggest they were designed to convey more than mere navigation. When examined closely, many of these maps appear to indicate the locations of stargates or other points of cosmic and terrestrial energy significance. From the Pyre Reis map of the 16th century to earlier Babylonian star charts, a pattern emerges. Ancient civilizations map not only their world, but also a network of gateways that may have connected the Earth to the cosmos. The Pyre Reis map, drawn in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer, is one of the most enigmatic. It depicts coastlines with astonishing accuracy, including regions that were supposedly unknown at the time. Scholars have debated its sources for centuries, but when one overlays Stargate symbol locations onto the map, intriguing correlations appear. Many of the mapped areas correspond to ancient sites containing circular or spiral carvings, temples aligned with celestial bodies, and sacred locations along ley lines. This suggests that the map may have been more than a navigational tool. It could have functioned as a record of Stargate locations and energy hubs known to ancient civilizations. Babylonian star charts offer another compelling example. These clay tablets depict constellations, planetary movements, and celestial events, often paired with symbols that resemble Stargate motifs. The Babylonians, renowned for their astronomical knowledge, may have used these charts to track not only the stars, but also the alignment of terrestrial gateways with cosmic cycles. By mapping both sky and Earth, they could predict when stargates might be activated or accessed, integrating their understanding of time, energy, and geography into a unified system. In Egypt, temple plans and architectural layouts function as maps of Stargate networks. Pyramids, obelisks, and temples were carefully positioned along ley lines and in alignment with stars and solstices. Hieroglyphs and carvings often include circular and spiral motifs, indicating the presence of gateways or energy nodes. Some researchers argue that these sites were intentionally placed to form a network, a terrestrial map of stargates, allowing priests or initiates to navigate the system both physically and energetically. The consistent alignment of temples with cosmic events reinforces the idea that the Egyptians encoded a comprehensive Stargate map into their sacred architecture. Mesoamerican maps and city plans provide further evidence. Maya and Aztec codices, along with the layout of ceremonial centers, reveal a sophisticated understanding of geography, cosmology, and energy. Sacred pyramids, plazas, and cenotes were positioned according to celestial observations, ley lines, and Stargate motifs. The placement of spiral carvings, circular glyphs, and ritual platforms suggests that these sites form part of an interconnected network of gateways. Ancient maps, whether drawn on codices or encoded into city layouts, indicate that stargates were recognized, mapped, and integrated into civilization's understanding of the earth and sky. India offers yet another layer of insight. Ancient texts and temple blueprints contain precise measurements, alignments, and symbolic markers corresponding to Stargate motifs. Circular sanctums, yantras, and mandalas were often positioned in harmony with celestial cycles, ley lines, or energy nodes. By overlaying temple locations with Stargate symbols, a hidden network emerges, a map connecting sacred sites across vast distances. This suggests that ancient Indians not only understood cosmic and terrestrial relationships, but also encoded this knowledge visually, ritually, and geographically, creating a multidimensional map of stargates. Even smaller artifacts, such as amulets, inscriptions, and ceremonial objects, may have functioned as portable maps. Spirals, concentric circles, and interlocking rings could encode geographic, energetic, or ritual information, allowing initiates to navigate the Stargate network. These objects often accompany myths, rituals, or oral traditions, reinforcing the idea that Stargate locations were mapped in multiple layers, physically, symbolically, and energetically. The recurrence of these symbols across continents suggests a shared knowledge system, preserved and transmitted through a combination of cartography, art, and ritual practice. The precision of ancient maps and their correlation with Stargate locations raises provocative questions. Were civilizations across the globe independently aware of these gateways, or was there an exchange of knowledge between cultures? The similarities in mapping techniques, symbols, and alignments suggest that Stargates were not local myths, but part of a global network. Ancient maps, therefore, may represent a sophisticated system for understanding both the physical and energetic layout of the planet, integrating terrestrial knowledge with cosmic observation. Ultimately, ancient maps and Stargate locations challenge conventional assumptions about human history and cartography. These maps are not merely records of known lands. They are coded systems, preserving knowledge of sacred sites, energy networks, and gateways connecting Earth to the cosmos. By studying these maps alongside Stargate symbols, architecture, and celestial alignments, we begin to see a global network of portals that ancient civilizations may have understood, mapped, and utilized in ways modern humans are only beginning to comprehend. In this light, ancient maps are more than historical artifacts. They are keys. They invite us to decode a forgotten global network of stargates, tracing pathways that link energy nodes, sacred sites, and celestial alignments. They suggest a sophisticated knowledge system where geography, astronomy, ritual, and symbolism converge, offering a glimpse into a hidden history of human interaction with the cosmos. For those willing to look beyond the surface, these maps provide a roadmap not just of the ancient world, but of a network of gateways connecting humanity to the mysteries of the universe.
Across cultures, stories of gods, heroes, and celestial beings align with constellations, planetary movements, or solar and lunar cycles. In Egypt, the goddess Isis and the star Sirius are intertwined in religious mythology, reflecting a deep understanding of the heliacal rising of the star and its significance for agriculture and ritual. In Mesoamerica, Venus was associated with war and fertility cycles, demonstrating a cosmological framework that integrated celestial observation with societal planning. These symbolic encodings suggest that knowledge of the cosmos was considered sacred, preserved carefully through ritual, myth, and architecture. Ancient astronomy also intersects with other anomalies in forbidden archaeology. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, dating back more than 12,000 years, contain carvings that some researchers interpret as astronomical symbols. The placement of pillars, carvings of celestial animals, and alignments suggest sophisticated observation and knowledge of the night sky, long before agriculture or complex civilizations emerged. If such interpretations are correct, humanity's engagement with astronomy predates established timelines, hinting at knowledge from lost or forgotten civilizations. Even the geographic spread of ancient astronomical knowledge is striking. From Egypt to England, from Mesoamerica to China, civilizations separated by thousands of miles appear to have achieved similar levels of observational precision. The recurrence of precise alignments, calendrical systems, and celestial tracking raises questions about the transmission of knowledge. Was this knowledge independently discovered, or could it point to a shared understanding inherited from earlier civilizations whose records have been lost or suppressed? The implications of ancient astronomy are profound. They suggest that humanity has long sought to understand the universe, combining observation, mathematics, architecture, and spirituality into a holistic approach to the cosmos. These insights challenge the notion that early civilizations were primitive or limited in their intellectual capabilities. Instead, they paint a picture of human societies capable of extraordinary precision, long-term planning, and abstract thought, achievements that rival modern scientific observation. Ultimately, the mysteries of ancient astronomy compel us to reconsider our assumptions about knowledge, history, and the capabilities of early civilizations. They reveal a world in which humans were deeply connected to the cosmos, capable of sophisticated observation and calculation, and able to integrate this knowledge into every aspect of life, from agriculture to religion, from architecture to governance. These achievements force us to ask the ultimate question: what other knowledge might have been lost or hidden, and what does it reveal about the true potential of our ancestors? The stars, as they shone over ancient civilizations, were not merely distant lights. They were guides, calendars, teachers, and inspirations. In studying the celestial achievements of our ancestors, we glimpse not only the intellect and ingenuity of past societies, but also the enduring human desire to understand our place in the universe. The mysteries of ancient astronomy remind us that the night sky has always been a source of wonder, knowledge, and perhaps secrets, waiting to be rediscovered.
Despite millennia of silence, modern discoveries continue to hint at the hidden reality of ancient stargates. Archaeologists, researchers, and even casual explorers have uncovered artifacts, structures, and anomalies that challenge conventional explanations. From unexplained architectural precision to mysterious carvings hidden in caves, these findings suggest that remnants of Stargate knowledge survived into the present, carefully encoded, buried, or obscured, yet undeniable to those willing to investigate. Modern evidence provides both confirmation of ancient texts and symbols and raises new questions about the sophistication and reach of these forgotten networks. In Egypt, ongoing excavations continue to reveal structures and artifacts that align perfectly with celestial phenomena, sometimes in ways that appear inexplicable with conventional theories. Hidden chambers within pyramids, complex internal passageways, and enigmatic symbols carved into stone hint at functions beyond the purely ceremonial or funerary. Certain spiral and circular motifs, often overlooked by mainstream scholars, may have been part of operational Stargate systems, designed to channel energy or consciousness when aligned with celestial events. The fact that some of these features remain hidden for thousands of years underscores the deliberate secrecy surrounding their purpose. Sumerian artifacts provide a similar story. Recent excavations in Mesopotamia have uncovered previously unknown cylinder seals, reliefs, and tablets bearing circular and spiral symbols that correlate with Stargate motifs described in myth and ritual. These discoveries suggest that Sumerians had a highly standardized system for encoding Stargate knowledge, incorporating geometry, energy flow, and cosmology into tangible objects. Some seals appear to encode sequences or instructions that may relate to alignment, activation, or navigation gateways, supporting theories that ancient civilizations possessed functional Stargate systems, not merely symbolic representations. In Mesoamerica, exploration of remote pyramids, caves, and ceremonial sites has revealed hidden glyphs, spiral carvings, and architectural features aligned with solstices, equinoxes, and celestial bodies. Certain Maya codices, previously overlooked or misinterpreted, contain diagrams and symbols that correspond to Stargate networks. When compared with physical structures and alignment data, these codices suggest that gateways were not abstract myths. They were real, mapped, and integrated into ritualized systems for energy manipulation, cosmic observation, or interdimensional travel. The combination of archaeology, astronomy, and symbol analysis provides a compelling picture of functional Stargates hidden in plain sight. India, 2. Offers striking evidence of hidden Stargate knowledge. Temples, mandalas, and yantras, often buried or neglected over centuries, reveal precise geometric patterns, alignments, and embedded symbols connected to cosmic cycles and sacred energy points. Archaeologists have documented hidden carvings, spiral designs, and circular gateways within lesser-known temples and cave systems. These discoveries suggest that Stargates were part of a broader network of sacred sites, encoded with geometry, ritual instructions, and energy principles preserved across generations, even as mainstream history overlooked or dismissed their significance. Modern technology has amplified our ability to detect these hidden signs. Satellite imagery, ground-penetrating radar, and 3D scanning have uncovered anomalies that hint at previously unknown Stargate sites. In Egypt and Central America, unexplored chambers, substructures, and unusual alignments have been identified, often in conjunction with circular and spiral symbols. In India, drone surveys of remote temple complexes have revealed precise patterns that align with celestial bodies, confirming theories that ancient civilizations designed Stargates with both earthly and cosmic considerations in mind. These modern tools allow researchers to see patterns invisible to the naked eye, connecting dots across time and geography. There are also reports of artifacts that appear to encode Stargate instructions. Certain tablets, carvings, and ceremonial objects contain layered geometric patterns and spiral motifs that may serve as operational guides for energy, vibration, or consciousness-based activation. While skeptics dismiss these findings as symbolic or coincidental, careful analysis shows correlations with myth, ritual, celestial alignment, and architecture. Modern discoveries are revealing that Stargates were part of practical, operational system, not mere mythology, and that evidence has survived despite deliberate attempts to conceal or forget these truths. Some modern researchers propose that Stargate knowledge was deliberately hidden to prevent misuse. The fact that many discoveries are buried, encoded in obscure symbols, or located in restricted sites suggests a sophisticated system of secrecy. Civilizations may have deliberately encoded their knowledge in art, architecture, and ritual, preserving it for future generations while safeguarding it from those unprepared to engage with the energy or technology involved. This deliberate obfuscation adds to the mystery, but also reinforces the functional significance of Stargates. They were considered powerful, even dangerous, tools. Ultimately, modern discoveries connect the past with the present. Hidden carvings, newly uncovered temples, encoded artifacts, and technological analyses converge to form a compelling argument. Stargates were real, functional systems understood by ancient civilizations. These remnants provide not only physical evidence, but also a roadmap for decoding the operational principles embedded in Stargate symbols. By integrating modern technology with historical, archaeological, and symbolic analysis, researchers are beginning to reconstruct a lost network of gateways, revealing a hidden chapter of human history that mainstream narratives have largely ignored. Modern evidence transforms our understanding of Stargates from myth to possibility. It demonstrates that ancient knowledge was sophisticated, multidimensional, and deliberately encoded. By studying these discoveries, we can begin to map networks of energy, consciousness, and cosmic alignment, and glimpse the operational wisdom our ancestors may have possessed. These hidden Stargates, once thought to exist only in myth, may offer insights into the ancient mastery of space, energy, and consciousness, a legacy waiting to be rediscovered in the modern age. The notion of Stargates has long fascinated not only historians and archaeologists, but also scientists exploring the boundaries of physics, energy, and consciousness. While mainstream science tends to dismiss ancient Stargates as myth or allegory, a growing number of researchers are investigating them through empirical, theoretical, and experimental frameworks. These investigations range from studies of ancient architecture and celestial alignments to cutting-edge theories in quantum physics, energy resonance, and dimensional gateways. By applying modern scientific methods to ancient symbols, researchers are beginning to uncover a tantalizing convergence between ancient knowledge and contemporary physics. Archaeological science has provided crucial insights into Stargates. High-resolution surveys, LiDAR mapping, and 3D scanning reveal that ancient structures featuring circular and spiral motifs are precisely aligned with celestial events, energy nodes, and ley lines. In Egypt, the alignment of the Great Pyramid and its shafts with stars like Sirius and Orion's belt has been confirmed with millimeter precision. Similar findings in Mesoamerica and India suggest that ancient civilizations were capable of extremely sophisticated astronomical and geophysical observations. Scientific analysis of these alignments supports the idea that Stargate symbols were integrated into functional systems, possibly designed to harness energy, consciousness, or cosmic forces. Physics offers another layer of understanding. Theoretical models of wormholes, quantum entanglement, and higher dimensional space suggest mechanisms that could explain Stargates from a scientific perspective. Some physicists theorize that if space-time can be folded or interconnected in specific ways, gateways between distant points, or even dimensions, might be possible. While purely theoretical, these models resonate with descriptions found in ancient myths and symbols, which consistently depict circular or spiral portals through which beings or energy could pass. The alignment of ancient Stargate symbols with celestial and terrestrial phenomena suggests that the ancients may have observed or intuitively understood principles that modern physics is only beginning to explore. Energy research also intersects with Stargate investigations. Studies of electromagnetic fields, resonance, and vibrational energy provide a potential mechanism for ancient gateways. Concentric circles, spirals, and interlocking motifs found in Stargate symbols may have functioned as resonant structures, amplifying or directing energy in specific ways. Modern experiments with sound, vibration, and geometry have demonstrated that certain forms can influence energy fields, offering a plausible link between ancient Stargate designs and functional energy manipulation. This raises a possibility that Stargates were not merely symbolic, but operational, harnessing natural forces through geometry and alignment. Geology and geomancy contribute additional insights. Many Stargate locations correspond with tectonic formations, underground water channels, and magnetic anomalies. Ancient builders may have understood how to integrate these natural features into their Stargate systems, enhancing energy flow or consciousness-based activation. Ley lines, intersections of geomagnetic currents across the Earth, often correspond with Stargate sites, suggesting that ancient civilizations recognized and utilized Earth's natural energetic grid. By combining sacred geometry, architecture, and natural energy flows, the ancients could have engineered sites capable of producing measurable effects on matter, energy, or consciousness. Interdisciplinary studies have begun to merge archaeology, physics, and consciousness research. Cognitive scientists and consciousness researchers explore how human awareness interacts with energy and geometric structures. Experiments with meditation, focus intention, and energy resonance suggest that consciousness may influence energy fields in measurable ways. When these findings are combined with Stargate symbols, ritual activation practices, and architectural alignment, a framework emerges in which human consciousness interacts with specific geometries and energetic environments, potentially activating gateways. Ancient knowledge may have encoded these principles in symbols, ritual, and architecture long before modern science could describe them. Historical experimentation provides further insight. Reports from explorers, archaeologists, and mystics describe unusual phenomena at Stargate sites: altered perception of time, energy sensations, anomalous electromagnetic readings, and even experiences of otherworldly landscapes. While anecdotal, these accounts are remarkably consistent across continents and cultures. Scientific methods now allow for controlled observation of such phenomena, with instruments detecting fluctuations in magnetic fields, light anomalies, and energy patterns at key Stargate sites. These findings hint that ancient civilizations may have tapped into natural and cosmic energies, creating gateways that could interact with both consciousness and the environment. Critics often argue that these correlations are coincidental or symbolic. However, the convergence of architectural precision, geometric coding, celestial alignment, energetic resonance, and ritual practices across multiple civilizations is statistically improbable. The repeated presence of Stargate motifs, functional alignments, and operational rituals suggests deliberate design informed by knowledge that transcends conventional understanding. Modern science, while cautious, increasingly recognizes that these patterns demand explanation and may point to sophisticated ancient mastery of energy, geometry, and consciousness. Ultimately, scientific investigations and theories offer a bridge between ancient wisdom and modern understanding. By applying physics, energy research, consciousness studies, and archaeology to Stargate sites, researchers are uncovering a hidden system of knowledge encoded across millennia. Stargates may not merely be symbols or myths. They could be operational constructs, integrating geometry, energy, cosmic alignment, and human consciousness. Science is beginning to illuminate what ancient civilizations encoded in stone, symbol, and ritual, revealing that the mysteries of Stargates may not lie solely in myth, but in functional systems waiting to be decoded. The intersection of science and ancient knowledge challenges conventional narratives. Stargates may represent a convergence of technology, energy, and consciousness, offering insights into the capabilities of ancient civilizations and the potential of human perception. By studying Stargate sites scientifically, researchers can begin to map their operational principles, understand their energetic dynamics, and explore the hidden dimensions of ancient wisdom. What was once considered myth may now be approached as a legitimate subject of inquiry, a frontier where archaeology, physics, and consciousness meet, revealing a forgotten chapter of human history and the potential for discoveries that transcend conventional understanding. The study of Stargates inevitably enters a controversial and shadowed territory, where mainstream archaeology, history, and science clash with theories of suppressed knowledge. Across continents, numerous researchers, whistleblowers, and independent explorers have suggested that evidence of Stargates, advanced ancient technology, and hidden gateways has been deliberately ignored, dismissed, or even concealed. These claims, while provocative, are supported by a growing body of anomalous data, mysterious artifacts, unexplained architectural precision, and encoded symbols that mainstream narratives struggle to explain. The possibility that humanity has long had access to these gateways, and that knowledge of them has been hidden, challenges conventional understandings of history, power, and the limits of human capability. One strand of controversy centers on ancient texts and artifacts that seem too advanced for their time. Sumerian tablets describe gates of the gods and vehicles of the stars, while Egyptian hieroglyphs depict concentric portals and rays of energy, sometimes linked to mysterious devices. In Mesoamerica, Maya codices show spiraling glyphs and circular motifs in alignment with astronomical events. Mainstream historians often dismiss these as myth or symbolic storytelling. Yet when examined through the lens of Stargate theory, they appear to encode precise knowledge of energy systems, cosmic alignment, and gateway activation. The very existence of these symbols suggests knowledge that may have been deliberately restricted to elite initiates or lost over time, raising questions about who controlled access to such transformative information. Whistleblower testimonies and anecdotal accounts amplify the controversy. Some researchers claim that governments and scientific institutions are aware of ancient Stargate sites and their potential, but choose to suppress this knowledge. Reports of restricted excavations, unexplained artifacts removed from public view, and classified studies of anomalous structures contribute to perception of a global effort to obscure the truth. While these claims are difficult to verify, the consistency of stories across time and geography fuels speculation that Stargate knowledge has been deliberately kept from the public, a hidden history of power, technology, and cosmic interaction. Suppressed knowledge may also explain why so many ancient Stargate sites are difficult to access. Remote locations, treacherous terrain, and secrecy surrounding archaeological digs limit public awareness and independent verification. In Egypt, certain chambers within the pyramids are restricted to researchers approved by state authorities, while many Sumerian and Mesoamerican sites remain partially unexplored. In India, some remote temples and cave complexes housing circular gateways and encoded symbols are inaccessible to outsiders. The controlled access to these sites suggests that Stargate knowledge was considered powerful, even dangerous, and that secrecy was used to safeguard or suppress it. Controversial theories extend into the realm of ancient technology. Some researchers argue that artifacts found at Stargate sites, spiral carvings, concentric circles, and geometric inscriptions, may have been components of energy-based systems, potentially capable of interdimensional travel. These theories challenge the traditional understanding of technological evolution, suggesting that civilizations such as Egyptians, Sumerians, Maya, and Indians possessed knowledge far exceeding their presumed capabilities. The controversy arises because such claims contradict mainstream historical narratives, implying the existence of lost or deliberately hidden knowledge that could alter our understanding of human potential. Energy suppression is another dimension of this debate. Some theorists suggest that the energetic principles encoded in Stargate symbols, vibration, resonance, alignment, were deliberately concealed because they could provide humans with access to abilities, knowledge, or travel considered dangerous by those in power. Ancient rituals, geometric patterns, and encoded texts may have been designed to restrict access to those who had the training, consciousness, or initiation to safely interact with these systems. The suppression of such knowledge would explain why modern societies, despite technological advancement, remain largely unaware of how to harness energy, consciousness, or cosmic alignment in the ways ancient civilizations reportedly did. Archaeological omissions also fuel speculation. Sites with anomalous features, such as hidden chambers, unexplained artifacts, or precise celestial alignments, are often underreported or dismissed by mainstream scholarship. The systematic exclusion of evidence that doesn't fit conventional narratives perpetuates the mystery, creating a perception that Stargates and their knowledge have been actively suppressed. Whether due to bureaucratic oversight, scholarly bias, or intentional concealment, these omissions have reinforced the allure and controversy surrounding Stargates. The global consistency of Stargate symbols and knowledge adds weight to controversial theories. Circular gateways, spirals, and concentric motifs appear across continents in ways that suggest a shared understanding or a common source of knowledge. From Egypt to India, from Sumeria to Mesoamerica, these symbols are not only repeated but integrated into architecture, art, and ritual practices. The possibility that such advanced and consistent knowledge could be overlooked or dismissed raises serious questions. Was this information suppressed intentionally, or has humanity simply lost the ability to interpret over millennia? Ultimately, the study of Stargates exists at the intersection of discovery and controversy. Evidence of advanced knowledge, encoded symbols, precise architecture, and ritual practices suggests that ancient civilizations may have understood principles that modern society is only beginning to explore. The suppression of this knowledge, whether intentional or accidental, adds a layer of intrigue, prompting questions about who controlled access to transformative information and why. Controversial theories challenge conventional history, urging researchers, explorers, and the curious public to reconsider humanity's potential, the reach of ancient civilizations, and the hidden gateways that may lie just beyond our perception. Stargates, therefore, are not merely historical curiosities. They are symbols of forbidden knowledge. The controversy surrounding their existence highlights the tension between what has been preserved and what has been suppressed, between myth and functionality, and between human potential and institutional control. By examining these controversial theories, we confront a hidden history of technology, energy, and consciousness, one that forces us to ask not only what our ancestors knew, but why that knowledge remains obscure from view today. One of the most compelling aspects of Stargate research is the striking cross-cultural consistency of symbols, motifs, and practices. From Egypt to Sumeria, India to Mesoamerica, civilizations separated by oceans and millennia display remarkable parallels in their representation of gateways, spirals, concentric circles, and celestial alignment. These similarities suggest that Stargate knowledge was not localized, but part of a broader, perhaps global, understanding of energy, consciousness, and cosmic connectivity. The patterns are too precise, too recurring, to dismiss as coincidence, prompting questions about whether these cultures shared knowledge, drew from a common source, or independently arrived at similar solutions to universal mysteries. In Egypt, circular and spiral motifs appear throughout temple carvings, tombs, and sacred monuments. The Great Pyramid's alignment with Orion's belt, the circular hieroglyphs, and the spiral depictions in temple chambers point to a sophisticated understanding of cosmic cycles and energy. Similar patterns appear in Sumerian cylinder seals, where figures interact with concentric circles, star-like motifs, and circular gateways. The recurrence of these designs across distinct cultures suggests a shared symbolic language, one that encoded complex information about Stargate activation, cosmic energy, and consciousness in ways that transcend spoken words. Mesoamerican civilizations, particularly the Maya and Aztec, offer striking parallels. Spiral glyphs, circular stelae, and pyramids aligned with solstices and equinoxes indicate that celestial observation and geometric precision were central to their understanding of gateways. Codices and temple layouts suggest that stargates were not merely symbolic. They were functional systems integrated with ritual, architecture, and energy management. The fact that similar motifs appear thousands of miles away in Egypt, Sumeria, and India implies either a shared origin of knowledge or a universal recognition of fundamental cosmic principles. India provides another compelling example. Yantras, mandalas, and temple geometries encode precise mathematical ratios, concentric circles, and spirals aligned with planets, stars, and sacred energy points. Texts describe ritualized interaction with these symbols to access higher consciousness, cosmic energy, or gateway activation. The functional similarities to Egyptian and Mesoamerican Stargate symbols, concentric circles, spirals, and celestial alignments suggest that these principles were universally understood, applied, and encoded in diverse cultural contexts. The recurrence of design elements points to an ancient wisdom that transcends geography and chronology. The repetition of symbols and rituals across cultures hints at a universal methodology. Concentric circles, spirals, and interlocking patterns appear consistently as focal points for activation, whether through ritual, meditation, or energy alignment. Celestial observation accompanies these designs, suggesting that timing and cosmic cycles were critical components of Stargate operation. Across continents, these practices indicate a shared understanding of geometry, energy, and consciousness, an interwoven system that may have allowed ancient civilizations to interact with gateways in remarkably similar ways despite cultural differences. Astronomical alignment is another cross-cultural connector. Egyptian pyramids, Mesoamerican temples, Indian mandalas, and Sumerian ziggurats all demonstrate precise orientation with stars, solstices, equinoxes, and planetary events. The recurrence of this principle across diverse societies suggests not only an advanced understanding of astronomy, but also a shared recognition of its role in Stargate activation. Celestial events may have served as universal keys for energy alignment, resonance, and gateway functionality, offering further evidence that Stargate knowledge was rooted in empirical observation, geometric precision, and ritualized interaction. Material and architectural parallels reinforce the cross-cultural connections. Many Stargate sites incorporate metals, stone, and natural energy-conductive materials, designed to amplify or channel energy in accordance with geometric and symbolic principles. Spiral carvings, concentric circles, and circular chambers appear as standard components, indicating a consistent methodology for creating gateways. These architectural consistencies, repeated globally, suggest that ancient civilizations either shared knowledge or independently discovered universal principles of energy, geometry, and cosmic alignment. The recurrence of Stargate symbols in sacred texts further strengthens the cross-cultural narrative. Egyptian hieroglyphs, Sumerian cuneiform, Maya codices, and Indian Vedic manuscripts all encode circular gateways, spirals, and concentric forms, often paired with instructions for rituals, alignment, or meditation. These textual similarities indicate that knowledge was preserved and transmitted not only through architecture and art, but also through written tradition. The overlap suggests that Stargate knowledge was considered sacred, functional, and universally significant, transcending local culture to become a shared human legacy. Even myths and oral traditions echo these connections. Across continents, stories of gods, celestial travelers, or initiates moving through circular portals mirror the visual language of Stargate symbols. These narratives often emphasize cosmic cycles, energy alignment, or consciousness expansion, reinforcing the functional dimension of Stargates. The convergence of myth, symbol, architecture, and ritual across cultures indicates a sophisticated global understanding of gateways, encoded in diverse but consistent forms. Ultimately, cross-cultural connections in Stargate knowledge challenge conventional historical assumptions. The similarities between geographically and temporally disparate civilizations suggest that ancient humans either shared an advanced understanding of energy, consciousness, and geometry, or independently discovered universal principles. In either case, these connections hint at a hidden global network of knowledge, one that integrates science, ritual, astronomy, and metaphysics. By studying these patterns, modern researchers can begin to reconstruct a framework for understanding how Stargates function across civilizations, revealing a hidden chapter of human history where knowledge transcended culture, geography, and time. The study of cross-cultural Stargate knowledge illuminates a profound truth. Humanity's ancient ancestors may have possessed insights that modern science, archaeology, and history are only beginning to recognize. Symbols, rituals, and structures scattered across continents tell a story of a global network, a shared wisdom, and a unified approach to accessing the mysteries of the cosmos. By tracing these connections, we not only uncover lost knowledge, but also glimpse the universal principles that govern the creation and use of Stargates, offering a tantalizing bridge between past and present, myth and reality, human ingenuity and cosmic understanding. The connection between Stargates and mythology is one of the most compelling aspects of forbidden archaeology. Across cultures, myths tell of gods, heroes, and celestial travelers moving through circular portals, spirals, or concentric gateways, often crossing vast distances in moments or journeying between worlds. While traditionally interpreted as allegorical stories or religious symbolism, a closer examination suggests that these myths may encode real experiences with Stargates, hidden knowledge passed down through generations in symbolic form. The striking consistency of these myths across continents indicates that humanity has long been aware of these gateways, integrating them into sacred narratives that simultaneously conceal and preserve their function. In Egyptian mythology, the concept of the Duat, or the underworld, provides an early example of Stargates encoded in story. The Duat was described as a realm of pathways, portals, and cosmic cycles through which the soul traveled after death. Concentric circles, spirals, and portal-like depictions appear frequently in tombs and temple carvings, often associated with gods such as Ra, Osiris, and Thoth. Some researchers argue that these descriptions are not merely metaphysical. They encode instructions for interacting with Stargates, guiding the initiated through energetic or consciousness-based journeys. The precision of these depictions, combined with the architectural alignments of pyramids and temples, suggests that mythology served as both teaching and concealment, preserving Stargate knowledge in narrative form. Sumerian mythology provides another striking example. Texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Enuma Elish reference gates, cosmic journeys, and interaction with star beings. Cylinder seals and carvings depict figures entering circular gateways or traveling along spirals, often in conjunction with celestial motifs. These stories align closely with Stargate symbols found in archaeological sites, suggesting that myths were a vehicle for encoding functional knowledge. The journeys of heroes and gods through gates may mirror actual practices of ancient priesthoods or initiates, combining ritual, geometry, and cosmic alignment in ways that are still visible in symbols today. Mesoamerican myths, particularly from the Mayan and Aztec traditions, also reflect a deep understanding of stargates. Gods such as Kukulkan, Quetzalcoatl, and Tezcatlipoca are associated with celestial travel, portals, and cosmic cycles. Spiral motifs, circular glyphs, and pyramidal structures correspond closely with the myths, suggesting that rituals and stories were designed to convey practical knowledge of gateways and energy systems. Codices often depict figures ascending or descending through circular openings, aligning myth with physical architecture and symbolic representation. These narratives were not mere storytelling. They were encoded instruction manuals, blending ritual, geometry, and cosmic observation into culturally preserved knowledge. In India, mythology and sacred texts further reinforce a connection. The Vedas, Puranas, and epics like the Mahabharata describe Vimanas, celestial vehicles capable of extraordinary travel, and passages through circular portals or gateways. Temples, yantras, and mandalas integrate these concepts visually and geometrically, encoding knowledge about cosmic cycles, energy flow, and consciousness-based travel. Spirals and concentric patterns appear repeatedly, suggesting that myths of gods and heroes were not just allegories, but symbolic records of interactions with stargates. Initiates would have learned to interpret these stories, accessing hidden knowledge that was simultaneously esoteric and functional. The recurrence of similar mythological themes across continents is striking. Gods, heroes, or celestial beings frequently move through circular gateways, traverse spirals, or navigate cosmic cycles in ways that suggest functional interaction with stargates. The consistency of motifs, spirals, concentric circles, and circular portals points to a universal symbolic language. Myths encode instructions for activation, alignment, and travel, while also cloaking knowledge and narrative, protecting from misuse by the uninitiated. In this way, mythology becomes a sophisticated system of teaching and concealment, blending cosmology, energy principles, and consciousness practices into stories that endure across generations. Rituals often accompany these mythological stories, reinforcing their functional purpose. Egyptian, Sumerian, Mesoamerican, and Indian texts describe ceremonial practices, chants, and meditation that align with the symbolic narratives. Participants may have used these rituals to experience the Stargate symbolically or energetically, preparing for direct interaction with gateways. Mythology, therefore, is inseparable from practice. The stories encode knowledge, while the rituals allow experiential engagement, creating a holistic system of learning and access. Even the narrative structure of myths mirrors Stargate operation. Many stories depict cycles, spirals, ascensions, or descensions, reflecting the geometry of gateways themselves. Heroes often undergo stages of preparation, initiation, and passage, echoing the multi-step process likely required to activate or navigate stargates. These narrative sequences are remarkably consistent across cultures, suggesting a shared understanding of gateway operation, ritual practice, and cosmic navigation embedded in mythological storytelling. Ultimately, mythology and stargates are deeply intertwined. Myths preserve functional knowledge, encode ritual instructions, and protect the secrets of gateways through symbolic narrative. They offer a hidden map to the cosmos, combining consciousness, energy, and geometry into stories that endure across time and space. By decoding these myths alongside archaeological evidence, symbols, and rituals, researchers can begin to reconstruct the operational principles of stargates, revealing a hidden layer of human history where gods, heroes, and cosmic journeys were not merely imagination. They were encoded interactions with ancient gateways connecting the human and the cosmic. Rituals and initiation practices appear to have been central to accessing and operating stargates in ancient civilizations. Far from being mere ceremonial formalities, these practices often involve precise geometry, sound, meditation, and timing aligned with celestial events, suggesting that they were designed to synchronize human consciousness with energetic or cosmic principles. Across cultures, from Egypt and Sumer to Mesoamerica and India, initiates underwent rigorous training, learning the symbolic language of spirals, circles, and concentric designs, as well as the rituals required to engage with gateways safely. These practices indicate that stargates were not casually accessible, Mastery required discipline, knowledge, and alignment of body, mind, and environment. In Egypt, initiation into Stargate knowledge was closely tied to the priesthood. Temples, pyramids, and sacred sites served as both schools and activation centers. Initiates were trained in understanding hieroglyphic symbols, geometric patterns, and the significance of celestial alignments. Rituals included precise movements, chants, and meditative practices designed to attune participants to the energetic or cosmic frequencies associated with gateways. Concentric carvings and spirals within temples likely serve as tools for directing energy or consciousness, acting as focal points during initiation. The combination of symbol, ritual, and architecture suggests a highly structured system of preparation, ensuring that only those properly trained could interact safely and effectively with Stargates. Sumerian initiation practices followed a similarly rigorous path. Cylinder seals, tablets, and reliefs depict figures engaging in ceremonial preparation before passing through circular gateways. These rituals often involve precise positioning, chanting, and alignment with celestial events, echoing Egyptian practices. The Sumerians appeared to encode these procedures into their symbols, which may have served as both instructional guides and protective measures, preventing misuse of the powerful knowledge contained within Stargates. The consistency of these practices across multiple cultures hints at a shared understanding of the principles governing gateways, suggesting a global network of initiation and training. Mesoamerican civilizations, particularly the Maya, also integrated initiation and ritual into Stargate access. Codices and temple carvings depict ceremonies conducted at solstices, equinoxes, and planetary alignments, where participants interacted with spirals, circles, and pyramid-based platforms. Sacred cenotes and ritual chambers may have served as conduits for energy, amplifying the effects of ceremonial practices and creating conditions necessary for Stargate activation. Initiates were trained to interpret glyphs, align themselves with geometric and cosmic principles, and engage in ritualized actions that harmonize their consciousness with the energetic field of the gateway. These practices highlight the importance of preparation, discipline, and attunement across all ancient cultures that utilize Stargates. India offers further insights into the connection between ritual, initiation, and Stargate access. Temples, yantras, and mandalas function as both symbolic and operational tools, integrating geometric precision, cosmic alignment, and energetic principles. Initiates learn to meditate, chant, and perform ritual movements in synchrony with the yantras and mandalas, effectively tuning their consciousness to the vibrational frequency associated with gateways. Sacred texts provide instructions for precise timings, bodily postures, and mental focus, reinforcing the idea that ritual and initiation were essential to safely navigating Stargates. The multi-layered approach, combining geometry, sound, and consciousness, demonstrates a sophisticated understanding of human potential and the energetic principles governing gateways. Across cultures, sound played a critical role in rituals. Chanting, vibration, and resonance were often synchronized with sacred geometry and celestial alignment, suggesting that auditory frequency was used to activate or stabilize gateways. Egyptian hieroglyphic chants, Sumerian vocalized sequences, Mesoamerican ritual songs, and Indian mantras all reflect a deep understanding of how vibration interacts with energy. This auditory dimension of initiation indicates that Stargates were not only spatial and symbolic constructs, but also energetic and vibrational systems, requiring precise alignment of human consciousness with cosmic frequencies. The timing of initiation and ritual also aligns with celestial events, emphasizing that Stargates are connected to cosmic cycles. Solstices, equinoxes, lunar phases, and planetary positions often dictated the optimal moments for activation. Across continents, these timings coincide with architecture, carvings, and symbolic representations, suggesting that Stargates function in harmony with natural and cosmic rhythms. Initiates who understood and adhered to these cycles could access gateways at their peak energetic potential, highlighting the sophistication of ancient knowledge systems. Safety and control were critical components of initiation. Only those properly trained were permitted to access gateways, reflecting an understanding that misuse could have unpredictable or dangerous consequences. Symbolic coding, ritual structure, and disciplined preparation all served as protective measures, ensuring that the immense power of Stargates was respected and responsibly utilized. This emphasis on training and initiation underscores that Stargates were not mere myths or decorative symbols. They were functional systems, requiring mastery, discipline, and alignment of consciousness, energy, and environment. Ultimately, rituals and initiation practices reveal that stargates were deeply integrated into the spiritual, energetic, and operational life of ancient civilizations. They were not casual or arbitrary phenomena. Rather, they were carefully controlled systems, encoded into symbols, architecture, and ceremonial practice. By studying these practices, modern researchers can gain insights into principles governing stargates, geometry, energy, consciousness, and cosmic alignment, and begin to reconstruct the methods used by ancient initiates to interact with these gateways safely and effectively. Rituals, initiation, and stargates together illustrate a profound truth. Ancient civilizations possessed not only knowledge of cosmic and terrestrial energies, but also an understanding of human consciousness and its potential to interact with gateways. These practices demonstrate a sophisticated system of preparation, alignment, and activation, bridging the physical, symbolic, and energetic dimensions of stargates, and providing a blueprint for understanding the hidden wisdom encoded across millennia. Ancient maps hold a unique place in the study of lost civilizations, serving as windows into knowledge that predates modern cartography. Unlike simple sketches of local terrain, some historical maps display a surprisingly sophisticated understanding of geography, coastlines, and even topographical features that should have been unknown to their creators. These maps challenge conventional assumptions about the intellectual capabilities of ancient societies and suggest that humanity may have had access to advanced surveying techniques, lost exploration knowledge, or even the remnants of vanished civilizations. One of the most famous examples is the Piri Reis map, created in 1513 by the Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri Reis. The map depicts parts of Europe, Africa, and South America with remarkable accuracy, including coastlines that were supposedly undiscovered at the time. Most astonishing is its portrayal of the Antarctic coastline, apparently free of ice, despite the continent being officially unknown for centuries. Scholars have debated how Piri Reis could have access to such precise data, with some suggesting he drew upon ancient charts now lost to history. The map hints at a knowledge of global geography far earlier than previously acknowledged. Equally compelling is the Oren's Fine map of 1531, which presents the world with surprising precision and even includes longitudinal measurements that were thought to be impossible at the time. Fine-S maps incorporate details about the Americas, Africa, and the Arctic that suggest access to sources beyond contemporary exploration knowledge. Similar to Piri Reis, the origin of this information remains a mystery. Was it compiled from lost ancient sources, travelers' accounts, or perhaps even forgotten global tradition of cartography? The consistency of these maps with later discoveries raises profound questions about the transmission of knowledge across centuries. Ancient Egyptian maps also reveal a sophisticated grasp of geography. Papyrus maps, tomb illustrations, and temple carvings often depict terrain features, river courses, and urban layouts with precision. The Turin Papyrus map, for instance, details a mining region with topographical accuracy, including hills, roads, and waterways. Such maps demonstrate not only observational skill, but also an understanding of scale, proportion, and orientation. This precision implies a civilization capable of systematic surveying, suggesting that the Egyptians may have possessed knowledge that extended well beyond the visible horizons of their time. In South America, Inca and pre-Inca maps indicate a similarly advanced understanding of landscape. Quipus, knotted strings used for record-keeping, may have functioned as three-dimensional maps, encoding information about geography, population, and resources. Combined with the layout of roads, terraces, and urban centers, these records suggest a coordinated knowledge of land management, resource distribution, and navigation. The Incas' ability to traverse the Andes with such efficiency further underscores their sophisticated spatial awareness and geographic understanding, rivaling European capabilities centuries later. Submerged maps and coastal records offer additional intrigue. Ancient charts, some of which appear to depict coastlines now underwater, suggest that human civilizations once occupied regions that were subsequently lost to rising seas. For example, the coastlines depicted in the Piri Reis map and other ancient sources correspond to areas submerged after the last ice age. These maps may preserve memory of a pre-cataclysmic world, offering glimpses of civilizations that flourished before rising waters erased them from the physical record. Such maps act as clues to a history otherwise invisible beneath the waves. The geographic knowledge displayed in ancient maps also intersects with anomalies in architecture and urban planning. Across continents, we see pyramids, megalith, and ceremonial sites arranged with striking similarity, often oriented along cardinal points or astronomical alignments. The recurrence of such patterns suggests a shared understanding of spatial relationships, surveying techniques, and even geodesy. When combined with precise ancient maps, these alignments indicate a level of global knowledge that challenges the idea of isolated, primitive civilizations. Could these ancient engineers and cartographers have inherited techniques from a common source, or rediscovered them independently in isolated regions? Ancient Chinese maps further illustrate this theme. From the Han Dynasty onward, Chinese cartographers created detailed maps depicting provinces, rivers, mountains, and trade routes with remarkable accuracy. Maps like the Yuji-2 and the Kangnido not only provide geographic data, but also convey political, cultural, and economic information, suggesting a multidimensional understanding of their world. The level of precision achieved in these maps implies systematic surveying methods, longitudinal and latitudinal measurements, and possibly instruments lost to history. Myths, legends, and texts often reinforce the geographic knowledge implied by ancient maps. Stories of lost continents, submerged cities, and wandering explorers appear worldwide, from Atlantis and Lemuria to the submerged city of Dwarka in India. These legends, when considered alongside cartographic evidence, suggest that ancient civilizations may have possessed both empirical knowledge and oral traditions that preserved awareness of lands now lost. Ancient maps may therefore be more than navigational tools. They are repositories of a vanished geographic memory. The enigma of ancient maps also intersects with forbidden archaeology. Sites like Göbekli Tepe, submerged ruins off India's coast, and megalithic complexes worldwide may correlate with areas depicted on maps that predate recorded exploration. By studying the spatial relationships between known sites and ancient maps, researchers propose that a lost global knowledge of geography, architecture, and astronomy existed before conventional history recognizes. These maps are tantalizing hints that the Earth was understood in ways far beyond what is taught in mainstream textbooks. In conclusion, ancient maps and the geography of lost civilizations challenge our perception of human history. They provide evidence that early societies possessed advanced surveying techniques, a sophisticated understanding of space and scale, and possibly knowledge of lands and coastlines now submerged. The precision, consistency, and global distribution of these maps suggest a transmission of knowledge that has been largely forgotten or suppressed. Whether through lost civilizations, cataclysms, or forgotten networks of communication, these maps invite us to reconsider the scope of ancient human achievement and explore a history far richer, more interconnected, and more mysterious than conventional narratives allow. The connection between celestial alignments and Stargate activation is one of the most fascinating and compelling aspects of ancient knowledge. Across civilizations, sacred sites, monuments, and ritual spaces were constructed with astonishing precision, aligned with stars, planets, solstices, equinoxes, and other celestial phenomena. These alignments were not decorative or accidental. They suggest a deep understanding of cosmic mechanics and the deliberate integration of universal cycles into the operation of stargates. From the pyramids of Egypt to Mesoamerican temples, from Indian mandalas to Sumerian ziggurats, ancient builders appear to harness the movement of the heavens to activate and energize gateways, connecting Earth and cosmos in ways modern science is only beginning to understand. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza provides one of the clearest examples. Its shafts align precisely with Orion's belt and the star Sirius, positioning the pyramid not just as a tomb, but as a cosmic instrument. Scholars suggest these alignments were intended to channel celestial energy, possibly facilitating spiritual ascension or opening gateways at critical times. The pyramid geometry amplifies this effect, with its dimensions reflecting harmonic ratios that resonate with cosmic frequencies. The integration of architectural design, geometry, and celestial alignment indicates that stargates were not random structures. They were operational systems, designed to function in harmony with the stars. Sumerian ziggurats demonstrate a similar principle. These massive step structures were aligned with the cardinal points and celestial bodies, often featuring spiral or circular motifs associated with gateways. Cylinder seals and cuneiform tablets depict figures moving through circular portals, suggesting that ziggurats were focal points for cosmic interaction. Rituals conducted on these platforms were carefully timed to coincide with planetary and stellar positions, implying that celestial timing was critical to Stargate function. The combination of architecture, geometry, and astronomy indicates that Sumerians understood how cosmic forces could influence earthly structures and energy flows. Mesoamerican civilizations, particularly the Maya, also reveal a sophisticated knowledge of celestial alignment. Temples and pyramids were constructed to interact with solar, lunar, and planetary cycles, illuminating specific chambers during solstices and equinoxes. Glyphs and codices show spiral and circular motifs aligned with these events, suggesting that rituals were synchronized with cosmic rhythms to activate stargates. Sacred cenotes and ceremonial chambers likely amplified these effects, acting as conduits for energy and consciousness. The Maya integrated astronomy, geometry, and ritual into a functional system, creating gateways that operated in perfect synchrony with the heavens. In India, mandalas, yantras, and temple geometries illustrate the same principle. Circular sanctums, spirals, and concentric designs are aligned with stars, planets, and sacred energy points. Texts describe precise timings for rituals and meditations, indicating that celestial positions were essential for activating gateways. The combination of geometric precision, cosmic observation, and conscious practice demonstrates a profound understanding of how energy, vibration, and timing interact. Ancient Indian knowledge encoded in these sacred structures suggests that stargates were carefully calibrated to the cosmos, allowing access only when alignment was optimal. Even smaller artifacts reflect celestial considerations. Amulets, carvings, and ritual objects often incorporate spirals, concentric circles, and star-like symbols that correspond to planetary and lunar cycles. These portable guides may have been used to align initiates or structures with celestial events, ensuring successful Stargate operation. The recurrence of such motifs worldwide indicates that ancient civilizations consistently recognize the importance of cosmic timing in gateway activation. Mathematics and geometry played a critical role in these alignments. Ratios such as pi, phi, the golden ratio, and harmonic proportions appear repeatedly in architecture and symbolic systems, suggesting that ancient builders calculated celestial alignments with extraordinary precision. These mathematical principles may have ensured that stargates resonated optimally with cosmic energy, enhancing their operational effectiveness. Geometry, timing, and astronomical observation combine to create a multidimensional system for accessing gateways, one that harmonized the physical, symbolic, and energetic dimensions of ancient knowledge. Modern technology has confirmed the sophistication of these alignments. Satellite imagery, LiDAR mapping, and astronomical software reveal that many ancient structures align with remarkable accuracy to stars, solstices, and planetary positions. Temples, pyramids, and ceremonial centers across Egypt, Mesoamerica, India, and Sumeria correspond to celestial cycles in ways that defy coincidence. This precise alignment supports the theory that stargates were not mythological constructs, but functional systems designed to operate within the cosmic framework. The universality of celestial alignment in Stargate construction suggests a shared understanding of the cosmos across cultures. Solstices, equinoxes, star clusters, and planetary positions served as universal keys, ensuring that energy, consciousness, and geometry interacted at the optimal moments. Whether knowledge was transmitted across civilizations or independently discovered, the consistency of these principles demonstrates an ancient mastery of cosmic synchronization. Ultimately, celestial alignment reveals that stargates were more than architectural marvels. They were gateways carefully synchronized with the universe. Geometry, astronomy, and consciousness converged to create functional systems that operated in harmony with cosmic cycles. By studying these alignments, modern researchers gain insight into the operational principles of ancient stargates, uncovering a hidden chapter of human history where ancient civilizations connected earth and sky, time and space, matter and consciousness, in ways that remain profoundly advanced and mysterious. The energetic properties and resonance of stargates form one of the most intriguing and mysterious aspects of ancient technology. Across civilizations, circular symbols, spirals, concentric carvings, and architectural features suggest that stargates were not merely symbolic constructs, but operational systems designed to manipulate energy. These structures appear to have been carefully engineered to harness, amplify, and direct energetic currents, connecting the terrestrial, cosmic, and consciousness dimensions. Modern studies in energy fields, resonance, and vibrational physics provide a lens through which to understand these ancient systems, revealing that stargates may have functioned as nodes within a planetary energy grid, capable of profound influence over both matter and mind. Archaeological evidence points to deliberate design intended to interact with energy. Spiral carvings in Egyptian temples, circular chambers in Sumerian ziggurats, and concentric platforms in Mesoamerican pyramids all demonstrate a consistent use of geometry that facilitates energy flow. These structures often coincide with naturally occurring ley lines, underground water channels, and magnetic anomalies, suggesting that ancient civilizations understood how to integrate natural energy sources into their Stargate systems. The careful orientation of these sites, paired with their symbolic geometries, indicates a sophisticated manipulation of energetic forces, creating conditions for activation or resonance at specific locations and times. Energy resonance may also explain the functional purpose of spirals and concentric circles. Modern experiments with vibration, frequency, and sound demonstrate that spiral and circular geometries can concentrate, amplify, and direct energy. Ancient Stargate designs often incorporate these geometries, suggesting that initiates may have used them to focus consciousness, direct energy flows, or even influence physical space. Sound, chanting, and resonance rituals further amplify these effects, producing coherent energy fields that interact with both the human body and the surrounding environment. The integration of geometry, sound, and energy indicates that stargates were designed as complex, multidimensional systems. Magnetism and electromagnetic properties are another dimension of Stargate resonance. Some ancient sites exhibit unusual magnetic readings or energy anomalies, aligning with spiral carvings or circular chambers. These energetic properties may have been intentionally harnessed to enhance the stability or power of stargates, creating conditions conducive to activation. In India, mandalas and yantras integrate magnetic principles into sacred geometry, suggesting that ancient designers were aware of the interplay between magnetic fields and consciousness. Across continents, these energetic signatures point to a sophisticated understanding of forces that modern science is only beginning to quantify. The role of human consciousness in Stargate resonance is equally compelling. Many ancient texts and ritual practices suggest that gateways were activated not solely by physical alignment, but by attuned awareness. Meditation, chanting, visualization, and ritualized movements appear to have been designed to synchronize human energy with the ambient field of the Stargate. Consciousness may have functioned as both the key and the amplifier, interacting with geometry, vibration, and magnetic forces to create a resonant system. Initiates were trained to focus their intent and energy in precise ways, suggesting that stargates were not just external constructs, but extensions of human awareness. Cross-cultural patterns reinforce the concept of energetic resonance. Egyptian, Sumerian, Mesoamerican, and Indian sites all display similar geometric designs, symbolic spirals, and ritual practices that interact with energy. Circular and spiral motifs are almost universal, indicating a shared recognition of their ability to concentrate and transmit energy. These geometries are frequently paired with sound, vibration, and conscious intent, forming a triad of activation principles: geometry to structure energy, sound to stimulate resonance, and consciousness to direct and navigate it. This integration reflects a highly advanced understanding of energy systems, encoded in both architecture and ritual. Even small artifacts, amulets, carvings, and ceremonial tools, exhibit resonance-focused design. Spirals and concentric patterns on these objects may have acted as miniature Stargate templates, focusing energy or serving as guides for ritualized practices. By engaging with these objects, initiates could harmonize their own energy with that of larger Stargate sites, amplifying their personal resonance and preparing them for interaction with gateways. The recurrence of these patterns globally suggests that energy manipulation through geometry and consciousness was a universal principle in Stargate systems. Modern science provides insight into these ancient principles. Research in resonance, harmonic frequencies, and energy fields shows that specific geometries, especially spirals and concentric circles, can concentrate and amplify energy. Electromagnetic studies reveal how resonant frequencies can influence matter, energy, and even perception, offering a plausible mechanism for how stargates might have operated. While many details remain speculative, the convergence of archaeological evidence, symbolic geometry, and modern energy research supports the idea that stargates function through a deliberate combination of energy, resonance, and consciousness. Ultimately, the energetic properties and resonance of Stargate highlight the multidimensional nature of these ancient systems. Geometry, vibration, magnetism, and human awareness were integrated into functional gateways, suggesting that stargates were far more than myths or symbols. They were operational constructs capable of interacting with both physical and consciousness dimensions. By studying the energetic signatures, geometries, and rituals associated with stargates, modern researchers are beginning to uncover the principles underlying their function, offering glimpses into a lost technology that blends the spiritual, the scientific, and the cosmic. The concept of interdimensional travel has long fascinated researchers and theorists studying ancient stargates. Across cultures, myths, architecture, and symbolism suggest that these gateways were designed not just for spatial travel, but for accessing alternate dimensions, higher planes of existence, or states of consciousness beyond ordinary perception. While mainstream science often dismisses these claims as metaphorical or fantastical, the repeated motifs of spirals, concentric circles, and circular portals across civilizations hint at a sophisticated understanding of reality that includes multiple layers of existence. Ancient civilizations may have encoded the principles of interdimensional access into their symbols, architecture, and rituals, allowing only the initiated to traverse these hidden realms. Egyptian mythology offers a compelling example of this multidimensional concept. The Duat, often translated as the underworld, was depicted as a realm of portals, spirals, and pathways where souls journeyed after death. Tombs, pyramids, and temple carvings feature circular and spiral motifs, suggesting gateways that connect the physical world with higher or alternate planes. Some researchers theorize that these representations were not merely symbolic. They may have provided a blueprint for initiating consciousness into interdimensional travel. Rituals, geometry, and alignments all appear designed to guide human awareness through these layers, indicating that the ancient Egyptians may have had practical knowledge of multidimensional gateways encoded in both myth and architecture. Sumerian texts, particularly those describing the Anunnaki and celestial journeys, provide additional evidence. Cylinder seals, carvings, and cuneiform tablets depict figures traversing circular gateways, often accompanied by celestial symbols. These depictions suggest that interdimensional access was a known and practiced skill, not simply a myth. The Sumerians appear to have combined geometry, energy manipulation, and conscious intent to navigate these portals, aligning them with cosmic cycles and earthly energy nodes. Such integration of ritual, observation, and symbolic representation points to a practical understanding of interdimensional principles encoded in their culture. Mesoamerican civilizations, including the Maya and Aztec, similarly encoded multidimensional travel in their architecture and myths. Spiral staircases, circular pyramids, and glyphs depict gods and heroes ascending or descending through portals, often synchronized with celestial events. Codices describe journeys between worlds, sometimes involving consciousness expansion, spiritual transformation, or interaction with otherworldly beings. These motifs suggest that stargates were understood as conduits not just for physical travel, but for accessing higher vibrational states or alternate dimensions. The repetition of spirals and circular symbols indicates that these were functional designs, carefully engineered to align energy, geometry, and consciousness for multidimensional travel. In India, mandalas, yantras, and temple layouts offer further insight into the interdimensional aspect of stargates. Circular and spiral patterns often represent layers of reality or planes of existence, while rituals and meditative practices are described as methods for traversing these layers. Temples were aligned with celestial cycles, and sacred geometry was used to structure spaces that facilitated altered states of consciousness. Initiates were trained to interact with these geometries, using sound, vibration, and intention to navigate between planes. The convergence of ritual, geometry, and cosmic timing suggests a sophisticated understanding of interdimensional access encoded in sacred architecture. The consistent recurrence of spirals, concentric circles, and circular portals across cultures reinforces the idea that stargates were designed for multidimensional purposes. Spirals are often interpreted as symbols of energy flow, consciousness expansion, and cyclical movement between realities. Concentric circles may represent nested dimensions or layered planes of existence, providing both symbolic and operational guidance for those trained to navigate them. By encoding these principles in durable structures and symbolic systems, ancient civilizations ensured that knowledge of interdimensional travel could be preserved and transmitted across generations while remaining protected from the uninitiated. Modern physics offers intriguing parallels to these ancient ideas. Theoretical concepts such as wormholes, higher dimensional space, quantum entanglement, and multiverse models provide mechanisms that could explain interdimensional stargates. While speculative, these theories align surprisingly well with ancient descriptions of circular portals, spirals, and gateways, suggesting that ancient civilizations may have observed or intuitively understood principles that modern science is only beginning to describe mathematically. The intersection of ancient knowledge and contemporary physics highlights the possibility that stargates were designed to access realities beyond conventional perception, bridging consciousness and cosmic structures. Energy manipulation and resonance likely played a central role in interdimensional travel. Spiral carvings, concentric circles, and circular chambers appear to have been designed to focus and amplify energy, creating the conditions necessary for consciousness to traverse dimensions. Sound, vibration, and meditation acted as catalysts, synchronizing human awareness with ambient energy fields. By engaging with these structures and practices, initiates may have experienced shifts in perception, navigation between planes, or interaction with higher dimensional entities. The energetic and geometric design of stargates suggests that interdimensional access was both intentional and carefully controlled. Cross-cultural consistency strengthens the argument for functional interdimensional stargates. Despite vast geographic and temporal separation, civilizations around the world employed similar symbols, rituals, and architectural designs. Circular gateways, spirals, and concentric patterns are universal motifs, paired with energy-focused rituals and celestial alignment. This consistency implies that ancient cultures either shared knowledge of interdimensional principles or independently discovered universal truths about the structure of reality, energy, and consciousness. Ultimately, stargates and interdimensional travel challenge our understanding of history, science, and human potential. These gateways were not merely mythological or symbolic. They were designed as operational systems, integrating geometry, energy, consciousness, and cosmic alignment. By studying their energetic properties, architectural features, and symbolic language, researchers are beginning to uncover evidence that ancient civilizations accessed dimensions beyond ordinary perception, using stargates to explore hidden layers of reality, expand consciousness, and interact with cosmic forces. The implications are profound, suggesting that humanity has long had the potential to traverse dimensions, and that ancient knowledge encoded in stargates may hold keys to understanding our universe in ways modern science has yet to fully appreciate. Throughout the study of stargates, certain discoveries and artifacts emerge that challenge conventional archaeology and spark controversy. These forbidden discoveries, hidden chambers, anomalous artifacts, and unexplained symbols defy mainstream explanations and suggest that ancient civilizations possess knowledge far beyond what is traditionally acknowledged. Scholars, independent researchers, and whistleblowers alike have documented instances where artifacts were removed from public access, suppressed, or even destroyed, fueling speculation that the knowledge they contained was deliberately kept secret. These controversial finds are crucial to understanding stargates, as they often provide the missing links between symbols, architecture, and the advanced technologies or energy systems associated with these gateways. One prominent category of forbidden discoveries is hidden chambers within well-known monuments. In Egypt, certain pyramids contain secret passageways and sealed rooms inaccessible to the public or even to most researchers. Recent scans using modern imaging technology have revealed voids and cavities with geometric alignments and mysterious inscriptions. Some experts suggest these hidden chambers were Stargate hubs or activation rooms, encoded with knowledge reserved for elite initiates. The secrecy surrounding these areas has led to speculation that their existence is deliberately downplayed, preserving the mystique and controlling access to potentially transformative knowledge. Sumerian artifacts also present challenges to conventional understanding. Cylinder seals, tablets, and carvings often depict figures interacting with circular portals or energy fields, yet mainstream interpretations dismiss them as mythological or symbolic art. Some researchers argue these artifacts encode precise instructions for interacting with stargates or energy systems, combining geometry, astronomy, and ritual. The removal of certain tablets from public museums or their restricted study has fueled claims of deliberate suppression, suggesting that governments or scholarly institutions may have considered the knowledge contained within these artifacts too powerful or dangerous for general access. Mesoamerican discoveries similarly stir controversy. Ancient codices, temple carvings, and underground chambers depict spiral motifs, circular gateways, and cosmic journeys that appear to be functional rather than merely symbolic. Certain artifacts, such as unusual metallic objects or intricate stone carvings, exhibit precision and energy-focused designs that seem impossible to replicate with the technology presumed available to these civilizations. Some researchers contend that these artifacts could be components of Stargate systems or tools used to interact with interdimensional energy. The selective excavation and limited study of these items contribute to perception of a deliberately controlled narrative, hiding knowledge that challenges conventional archaeology. In India, some cave temples, mandalas, and hidden yantras contain inscriptions and carvings that defy explanation. Certain geometric patterns, concentric circles, and spiral carvings correspond with astronomical alignments and energy principles, suggesting that these sites were designed for Stargate activation or consciousness-based travel. Many of these sites remain inaccessible to the public, either due to governmental restriction, religious preservation, or logistical difficulty, reinforcing the idea that ancient civilizations encoded powerful knowledge in secret locations. The combination of symbolic, geometric, and energetic principles in these artifacts suggests intentional design for advanced purposes. Forbidden discoveries are not limited to large structures or elaborate temples. Small artifacts, amulets, engraved stones, metallic objects, and ceremonial tools also carry enigmatic inscriptions and designs. Some of these items exhibit materials or craftsmanship seemingly beyond the technological capabilities of their time. For example, metal objects from ancient sites in South America or the Middle East show precision machining, geometric engravings, and unusual energy conductive properties. These items are often withheld from detailed study or public exhibition, fueling speculation that they may have been part of Stargate systems or used in rituals to interact with energetic gateways. The controversial nature of these discoveries is amplified by anomalies in dating and origin. Some artifacts appear far older than mainstream timelines allow, suggesting the existence of lost civilizations or advanced knowledge predating recorded history. Radiocarbon dating, isotopic analysis, and other scientific methods sometimes yield results that conflict with conventional expectations, prompting debates over authenticity, interpretation, and relevance. Mainstream institutions often dismiss these anomalies or offer simplified explanations, which only adds to the perception that forbidden knowledge has been suppressed. Whistleblower accounts and anecdotal evidence further emphasize the controversial nature of Stargate-related artifacts. Researchers claim that certain excavations were monitored, restricted, or even halted when anomalies were discovered. Objects were reportedly removed, hidden, or classified, preventing independent verification. These reports, while difficult to fully corroborate, add a layer of intrigue and suspicion, suggesting that the artifact's true purpose or knowledge may have been deliberately obscured to maintain societal control or prevent misuse of advanced understanding. The implications of forbidden discoveries are profound. Each artifact, hidden chamber, or anomalous object provides a glimpse into advanced ancient knowledge that could reshape our understanding of human history, technology, and consciousness. When studied in conjunction with Stargate symbols, rituals, and architectural patterns, these discoveries suggest that ancient civilizations possessed operational systems capable of manipulating energy, consciousness, and even reality itself. The deliberate suppression of these artifacts reinforces the notion that humanity's full potential may have been intentionally hidden or lost over time. Ultimately, forbidden discoveries and controversial artifacts illuminate the hidden dimension of Stargate knowledge. They demonstrate that what mainstream archaeology often labels as myth, legend, or decorative art may instead encode practical, operational, and transformative knowledge. By examining these forbidden finds, researchers are able to reconstruct the principles behind Stargates, revealing a hidden history where energy, geometry, consciousness, and cosmic alignment were integrated into functional systems. These discoveries compel us to question not only what we know about ancient civilizations, but also why certain knowledge has been kept from public view, raising profound questions about power, control, and humanity's forgotten potential.
Modern investigations into stargates reveal a hidden layer of research that often exists beyond the boundaries of mainstream archaeology. Across the globe, independent researchers, private expeditions, and whistleblowers have documented experiments, scans, and analyses that suggest ancient gateways were not merely symbolic but functional systems of energy, consciousness, and geometry. Governments, universities, and clandestine organizations are rumored to have conducted their own studies, often restricting public access to findings, fueling speculation that stargates remain one of the most closely guarded secrets of human history. Modern science, while limited by conventional frameworks, has begun to intersect with ancient knowledge, uncovering evidence that challenges both our technological assumptions and historical timelines. In Egypt, advanced scanning technologies such as muon tomography and ground-penetrating radar have revealed voids, hidden chambers, and geometric anomalies within pyramids that were previously thought to be solid. Some of these chambers align with celestial bodies and spiral carvings, suggesting that they could function as Stargate hubs or activation centers. While mainstream archaeologists often describe these as architectural anomalies or burial-related structures, independent researchers argue that their precise orientation, geometric patterns, and energetic properties hint at a system designed for consciousness expansion or energy manipulation. The contrast between official explanations and hidden research highlights the ongoing tension between conventional science and forbidden knowledge. Sumerian sites in Iraq and surrounding regions have also attracted modern attention. Remote sensing, high-resolution imaging, and symbolic analysis reveal that ziggurats and temple sites incorporate circular and spiral patterns similar to those associated with stargates in other civilizations. Researchers claim that energy-focused measurements at these sites, using magnetometers, resonance detectors, and vibration-sensitive instruments, show unusual anomalies not explained by standard physics. These modern investigations suggest that the Sumerians may have constructed their gateways with an understanding of energy flow and resonance, knowledge that is only now being empirically investigated. Mesoamerican civilizations, particularly the Maya, have been central to modern Stargate research. LiDAR mapping of jungle-covered sites reveals precise alignments with solstices, equinoxes, and planetary cycles, as well as circular platforms and spiral motifs. Field researchers have measured energy anomalies in ritual chambers and pyramid cores, suggesting that these structures functioned as conduits for energetic or consciousness-based interaction. Codices, when cross-referenced with site alignments, indicate that the Maya intentionally encoded operational knowledge for stargates, knowledge that modern investigations are only beginning to decode. The convergence of ancient design and contemporary measurement underscores the possibility that these gateways were operational, functional, and tied to cosmic cycles. India provides further insight into the continuity of modern investigations. Temples, mandalas, and yantras have been studied for their geometric precision, astronomical alignment, and energetic properties. Independent researchers have used resonance devices, meditation experiments, and energy field measurements to explore how these sacred geometries interact with human consciousness. Certain patterns, particularly concentric circles and spirals, appear to focus energy and amplify intention, supporting the hypothesis that stargates functioned as multidimensional portals. These investigations connect textual descriptions, sacred geometry, and modern empirical measurement, revealing an unbroken lineage of knowledge spanning millennia. A fascinating aspect of modern research involves cross-referencing historical accounts, oral traditions, and whistleblower reports. Some researchers claim that restricted or classified documents exist within governmental or private archives, describing experiments with ancient Stargate sites or attempts to replicate their functionality. While much of this remains speculative, corroborating evidence appears in the form of energy anomalies, restricted excavation records, and anecdotal accounts from researchers who have been denied access to certain locations. These hidden investigations reinforce the idea that stargates were recognized as powerful tools, and that their knowledge has been selectively controlled throughout history. Scientific tools such as magnetometers, vibrational sensors, and resonance detectors have begun to measure properties at suspected Stargate sites that appear anomalous by conventional standards. Energy readings fluctuate with solar, lunar, and planetary cycles, suggesting that ancient designers integrated cosmic alignment into the functional operation of these gateways. Researchers also note that specific geometric arrangements, such as spirals and concentric circles, amplify these anomalies, creating a resonant field that may have been used for consciousness expansion, interdimensional travel, or energy manipulation. These modern investigations provide empirical support for theories long dismissed as fringe speculation. Another significant area of research involves the study of materials. Ancient Stargate sites often incorporate metals, crystals, and stone formations that conduct or focus energy. Modern analysis shows that these materials, when arranged in specific geometric configurations, can interact with electromagnetic fields and resonance frequencies. Independent researchers suggest that this material knowledge was essential to the operation of stargates, allowing ancient civilizations to construct gateways that were both symbolic and operational. Such discoveries challenge conventional timelines and assumptions about technological capabilities in antiquity. The implications of modern investigations are profound. Each new discovery reinforces the notion that stargates were functional systems, integrating geometry, energy, consciousness, and cosmic alignment. They also reveal that much of this knowledge has been deliberately hidden, controlled, or misunderstood. By bridging ancient wisdom with contemporary scientific tools, modern researchers are beginning to reconstruct the operational principles of stargates, revealing a layer of history where human potential, technology, and cosmic forces intersected in ways that challenge conventional understanding. Ultimately, modern investigations into stargates show that ancient civilizations may have mastered concepts far beyond what history textbooks acknowledge. These hidden studies suggest that stargates were designed as operational gateways, capable of manipulating energy, consciousness, and perhaps even the fabric of reality. By combining archaeological evidence, textual analysis, geometric study, and empirical measurement, modern researchers are uncovering a profound legacy of knowledge that connects past and present, myth and science, human ingenuity and cosmic interaction. The journey into these hidden investigations continues to redefine what we know about our history and what we may still have the potential to rediscover.
Shocking revelations from global Stargate sites have continued to challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations, history, and even the nature of reality itself. Across continents, researchers uncover anomalies, hidden chambers, mysterious inscriptions, and energy phenomena that defy conventional explanations. From the deserts of Egypt to the jungles of Mesoamerica, from the sacred mountains of India to the ruins of Mesopotamia, Stargate-related discoveries suggest a level of technological, spiritual, and cosmic understanding that mainstream archaeology struggles to acknowledge. Each revelation not only deepens a mystery, but also raises profound questions about humanity's forgotten potential and the secrets deliberately concealed through millennia. In Egypt, the Great Pyramid of Giza continues to astonish researchers. Advanced scans reveal large voids above the known internal chambers, geometrically aligned with celestial bodies and spiral or circular formations hinting at unknown functionalities. Some researchers theorize these voids could act as energy conduits or resonance chambers connected to stargates. The presence of precise internal angles, harmonic proportions, and hidden passageways suggests that the pyramid was far more than a tomb. It may have functioned as a multidimensional gateway, capable of interacting with cosmic energy and consciousness. These findings challenge the conventional narrative of Egyptology and hint at an intentional suppression of extraordinary knowledge. Sumerian sites have yielded similarly startling evidence. Cylinder seals and cuneiform tablets depict figures moving through circular portals, often accompanied by celestial symbols or energy spirals. Recent archaeological re-examinations suggest that some ziggurats were constructed on ley lines or areas of unusual magnetic activity, possibly to harness Earth's energy in conjunction with Stargate operation. These sites combine architectural precision, energy-focused geometry, and celestial alignment, pointing to a level of sophistication previously uncredited to the Sumerians. Scholars who explore these anomalies face resistance from mainstream institutions, heightening the intrigue and reinforcing the idea of knowledge that was deliberately hidden or lost. Mesoamerican sites, particularly in the Yucatan Peninsula and Guatemala, have revealed structures that continue to baffle experts. Spiral staircases, circular platforms, and ritual chambers in Maya pyramids appear to correspond with solstices, equinoxes, and planetary alignments. Some researchers have measured energy anomalies at these sites, where fluctuations in electromagnetic fields and resonance frequencies suggest the presence of a functional energetic system. Glyphs and codices illustrate cosmic journeys and circular gateways, implying that these sites were not only ceremonial but also operational stargates. The combination of ritual, geometry, and celestial observation highlights an integrated system designed to manipulate energy and consciousness in ways modern science is only beginning to explore. India offers equally astonishing revelations. Temples, cave complexes, and mandalas often feature concentric circles, spirals, and geometric precision that align with astronomical and energetic principles. Certain yantras and temple sanctums demonstrate resonant properties that amplify energy, possibly facilitating consciousness-based interaction with stargates. Researchers measuring these sites report unusual electromagnetic activity, subtle vibrations, and shifts in perception when standing within specific chambers. These findings suggest that the knowledge encoded in sacred geometry and ritual practice was operational, designed for direct interaction with energetic gateways rather than purely symbolic or religious purposes. Even smaller artifacts provide shocking insights. Metallic objects, engraved stones, and amulets from sites in South America, the Middle East, and Southeast Asia exhibit precision machining and geometries inconsistent with the presumed technology of their time. Some artifacts display conductive properties, energy-focusing capabilities, or spiral and circular designs identical to those found in larger Stargate-related architecture. These items suggest a network system of energy manipulation and gateway activation, indicating that ancient civilizations not only understood advanced energy principles, but could also apply them practically. The recurrence of these patterns globally points to a shared understanding of stargates and a continuity of knowledge spanning continents and millennia. A particularly shocking revelation comes from cross-cultural analysis. Despite vast geographic and temporal separations, civilizations on different continents independently developed similar stargate symbols, rituals, and architectural patterns. Spiral concentric circles, circular platforms, and energy-focused geometric arrangements appear consistently in Egypt, Sumer, Mesoamerica, and India. The uniformity of these designs suggests either a global transmission of knowledge in antiquity or a convergent understanding of universal principles governing energy, consciousness, and cosmic alignment. Both possibilities challenge conventional historical narratives and suggest a lost layer of advanced human understanding. Energy anomalies measured at Stargate sites provide additional evidence of operational functionality. Researchers report electromagnetic fluctuations, resonance amplification, and subtle environmental effects, often synchronized with solar, lunar, or planetary cycles. These phenomena hint that stargates were not static monuments, but active systems interacting with Earth's natural energies and cosmic rhythms. The combination of geometry, ritual, and energy manipulation suggests a sophisticated knowledge of physics, consciousness, and multidimensional interaction that predates conventional scientific understanding by thousands of years. Ultimately, the shocking revelations from global Stargate sites force a reevaluation of human history, technology, and potential. Ancient civilizations were not simply builders of monumental architecture or storytellers of myth. They were architects of functional systems capable of manipulating energy, consciousness, and perhaps even dimensions. The alignment of symbols, energy patterns, and celestial timing indicates a deliberate integration of science, spirituality, and cosmic awareness. Each discovery, from hidden chambers to anomalous artifacts, points to a knowledge deliberately obscured or lost over time, raising profound questions about what humanity has forgotten and what might still be rediscovered. These revelations compel researchers, historians, and curious minds to reconsider everything taught about human civilization. Stargates were not idle myths or symbolic art. They were operational, functional, and intricately designed. The evidence is scattered across continents, embedded in geometry, ritual, architecture, and artifacts. Together, it paints a picture of human past far more advanced, mysterious, and interconnected with the cosmos than mainstream narratives allow. By acknowledging these shocking discoveries, we open the door to a deeper understanding of ancient wisdom, lost technologies, and the untapped potential of human consciousness. Expert theories and interpretations of stargates reveal a complex tapestry of ideas attempting to make sense of the extraordinary evidence left by ancient civilizations. Across disciplines, including archaeology, physics, anthropology, and esoteric studies. Researchers have proposed that stargates were not mere mythological symbols, but functional systems integrating geometry, energy, consciousness, and celestial alignment. While mainstream academia often dismisses these theories as speculative or fringe, a growing body of evidence supports the possibility that ancient peoples designed stargates as operational gateways, capable of manipulating energy, consciousness, and potentially even the structure of reality itself. One prominent line of theory comes from archaeologists and architectural specialists who study sacred geometry. Experts like Robert Bauval and Graham Hancock argue that the precise alignments of pyramids, ziggurats, and Mesoamerican temples indicate advanced knowledge of astronomy and engineering. Bauval, for instance, highlights how the Giza pyramids align with Orion's belt, suggesting intentional cosmological correlation rather than random construction. Hancock expands on this, proposing that such alignments served a functional purpose, possibly linked to energy concentration or Stargate activation. According to these experts, geometry and spatial arrangement were critical components, forming the structural foundation of stargates as functional systems rather than symbolic monuments. Physicists and energy researchers offer complementary interpretations. Concepts such as resonance, frequency, and vibration are central to understanding how stargates may have operated. Spirals, concentric circles, and circular platforms found at Stargate sites appear to function as energy amplifiers or conduits. Some experts hypothesize that ancient civilizations understood principles similar to modern physics, including harmonic resonance, electromagnetic fields, and wave-particle interaction. By combining geometry with ritualized human action, chants, movement, and meditation, they may have been able to synchronize human consciousness with ambient energy, creating conditions conducive to interdimensional or energetic travel. This theoretical framework bridges ancient design with contemporary science, offering a plausible explanation for the functional aspects of stargates. Anthropologists and historians add a cultural and symbolic dimension to Stargate interpretation. Across civilizations, myths, oral traditions, and religious narratives reference circular gateways, cosmic journeys, and interdimensional beings. Egyptian texts describe the Duat and solar journeys through cosmic tunnels. Sumerian tablets depict celestial beings entering circular portals, and Maya codices illustrate heroes navigating spiral gateways. Anthropologists argue that these narratives are not mere allegory, but encoded instructions or observations of operational systems. The consistency of motifs, spirals, concentric circles, circular symbols, across disparate cultures supports the hypothesis that stargates were a shared or universally recognized technology or knowledge system. Esoteric researchers propose that stargates were linked to altered states of consciousness and higher dimensional access. According to experts like Drumbelow Melchizedek and John Anthony West, human consciousness was an integral part of Stargate activation. Meditation, intention, and ritual were not symbolic. They were mechanisms for tuning the mind to the frequencies required for safe and effective interaction with these gateways. This perspective frames stargates as multidimensional systems where geometry, energy, and consciousness converge, allowing initiates to access hidden realms, higher planes, or alternate realities. By training and aligning themselves with these principles, ancient peoples could interact with forces that modern science is only beginning to theorize. Another significant area of expert interpretation concerns interdimensional and extraterrestrial involvement. Some theorists suggest that stargates were either designed by or taught to humans by advanced beings, whether interdimensional entities, extraterrestrials, or hyper-advanced civilizations lost to history. These experts point to the technological sophistication evident in construction, alignment, and energy manipulation as exceeding the capabilities of known ancient cultures. The recurrence of similar Stargate designs and symbols worldwide supports the idea of shared knowledge, possibly imparted by advanced intelligences. While controversial, this theory offers a framework to explain the universality, precision, and operational complexity of Stargates. Experts also analyze the role of forbidden knowledge and controlled access. Many scholars suggest that Stargate knowledge was intentionally restricted to priesthoods, initiates, or secret societies. In Egypt, initiation into the priesthood involved training in sacred geometry, ritual, and celestial observation, while in Mesoamerica, elite classes appear to have been the custodians of temple-based Stargate rituals. Some researchers argue that the secrecy surrounding this knowledge persists even today, contributing to the suppression of discoveries, artifacts, and evidence that could reveal Stargate functionality to the public. Understanding this framework of restricted knowledge is crucial for interpreting why so much evidence remains hidden or controversial. Finally, cross-disciplinary experts emphasize the integration of energy, geometry, consciousness, and celestial alignment as a unified principle. No single field can fully explain stargates. They must be understood as multidimensional systems. Archaeology explains structure, geometry explains resonance, anthropology explains symbolic encoding, and esoteric studies explain consciousness interaction. This holistic approach underscores the sophistication of ancient civilizations and their ability to create functional systems that bridge material and non-material realms. Experts suggest that by studying stargates through this integrated lens, we can begin to reconstruct the principles underlying their operation, potentially uncovering methods of energy manipulation, consciousness expansion, and interdimensional interaction that remain lost to modern humanity. Ultimately, expert theories and interpretations reveal that stargates were far more than myths, artistic motifs, or ceremonial objects. They were operational, multidimensional systems designed to harness energy, synchronize with celestial rhythms, and interact with consciousness in profound ways. The convergence of archaeological evidence, symbolic motifs, architectural precision, and energy studies supports the idea that ancient civilizations possessed knowledge far ahead of their time. By combining insights from multiple disciplines, experts continue to unravel the mysteries of stargates, challenging conventional history, and opening the door to a hidden legacy of human potential, cosmic connection, and lost technology. While myths and legends preserve memory, tangible evidence points to another remarkable aspect of ancient civilizations: global trade networks that connected distant cultures long before modern history suggests. These networks facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, technologies, and knowledge, revealing a level of sophistication and interconnectivity that challenges conventional timelines. From the Americas to Asia, Africa, and Europe, archaeological findings demonstrate that ancient humans were not isolated, but engaged in long-distance trade, cultural exchange, and technological transfer on a scale that borders on the extraordinary. In the Americas, evidence of long-distance trade among Mesoamerican and Andean civilizations illustrates the breadth of these networks. Obsidian, jade, and exotic shells were transported hundreds, even thousands, of miles across difficult terrain. For example, the Maya imported obsidian from highland sources in Guatemala and Mexico to construct tools, ceremonial objects, and ornaments. Similarly, the Inca used sophisticated road networks spanning mountains and valleys to transport goods such as coca leaves, precious metals, and textiles across vast distances. These trade systems require not only logistical skill, but also advanced knowledge of geography, engineering, and social organization, demonstrating a level of connectivity that defies the notion of isolated civilizations. Across the Pacific, evidence suggests that maritime trade may have been far more advanced than commonly acknowledged. Polynesian navigators traversed thousands of miles of open ocean, using knowledge of stars, ocean currents, and wind patterns, reaching remote islands and establishing cultural connections across vast distances. The spread of similar cultural motifs, linguistic patterns, and agricultural practices across the Pacific Islands implies sustained contact and exchange. Forbidden archaeology posits that these networks may have extended even further, connecting Asia, the Americas, and perhaps submerged or lost civilizations now obscured beneath rising seas. In Africa, the trade routes of the Sahara, the Nile, and coastal regions reveal remarkable intercontinental connections. Ancient Egyptians imported cedar from Lebanon, gold from Nubia, and incense from the Arabian Peninsula. The kingdom of Kush, Punt, and later West African empires engaged in trans-Saharan trade that connected distant civilizations, facilitating the exchange of precious metals, textiles, and knowledge. Archaeological finds, such as Roman coins in India and African ivory in Egypt, indicate that goods and likely ideas traveled immense distances long before established historical accounts suggest. Europe also demonstrates early trade networks connecting multiple civilizations. The Bronze Age societies of the Mediterranean exchanged tin, copper, amber, and other commodities over vast distances. The Mycenaeans traded with the Minoans, while later Phoenician and Greek merchants extended commerce across the Mediterranean, creating networks that linked islands, coastal cities, and inland settlements. These connections facilitated not only material exchange, but also cultural and technological transfer, including writing systems, architectural styles, and metallurgical techniques, influencing civilizations across the continent. In Asia, trade routes such as the Silk Road illustrate the incredible sophistication and reach of ancient networks. These routes connected China, Central Asia, India, the Middle East, and Europe, facilitating the exchange of silk, spices, precious stones, and technological knowledge. Archaeological discoveries of Chinese silk in Egypt and Roman coins in China provide physical evidence of these exchanges. Beyond the tangible goods, the movement of astronomical knowledge, mathematical concepts, and religious ideas highlights the multidimensional nature of these trade networks. Knowledge traveled alongside commerce, influencing civilizations across continents. Evidence of global trade is also found in enigmatic artifacts and OOP arts. Items such as the Antikythera mechanism in Greece, lapis lazuli from Afghanistan found in Egyptian tombs, and mica from India appearing in South America suggest connections that challenge conventional narratives of isolated development. Forbidden archaeology interprets these anomalies as evidence of a global knowledge exchange, implying that ancient civilizations were far more interconnected than textbooks typically acknowledge. These networks may have facilitated the transfer of engineering, metallurgy, and astronomical expertise, leaving traces that survive in monuments, artifacts, and myths. The implications of these trade networks extend beyond commerce. They reveal sophisticated systems of governance, communication, and social organization capable of coordinating long-distance interactions. Maintaining roads, maritime routes, and trade hubs required knowledge of geography, navigation, logistics, and diplomacy. Trade also fostered cultural cohesion, facilitating shared religious practices, artistic motifs, and technological techniques across vast distances. In essence, global trade networks were conduits for human knowledge, connecting disparate civilizations into a web of interdependent and mutually influential societies. Furthermore, the existence of such networks raises questions about lost civilizations. If civilizations were interconnected globally, it is possible that advanced societies, now lost to cataclysms or rising seas, participated in these exchanges. Submerged sites like those off India, Yonaguni in Japan, and Caribbean coastal ruins suggest that prehistorical civilizations may have been part of an intricate web of trade and knowledge transfer. Forbidden archaeology posits that these lost civilizations could have contributed to the technological and cultural achievements recorded in surviving monuments and artifacts, implying that the history we know is incomplete. Maritime trade, in particular, highlights the technological capabilities of ancient civilizations. Constructing ships capable of traversing oceans, navigating by stars, and withstanding storms required advanced engineering and observational skills. The recurrence of similar ship designs, navigational techniques, and maritime artifacts across distant regions suggests the sharing of knowledge and technology among cultures separated by vast distances. These connections challenge the conventional notion that ancient humans were limited to local interactions and highlight the possibility of an early global civilization network. In conclusion, the evidence of ancient global trade networks reveals a level of human interconnectedness that reshapes our understanding of the past. From the Americas to Asia, Africa, and Europe, these networks facilitated the exchange of goods, technologies, knowledge, and cultural practices across continents. Artifacts, maritime routes, and enigmatic objects suggest that civilizations were far more advanced and globally connected than mainstream history recognizes. Forbidden archaeology interprets these networks as proof that lost or hidden civilizations may have shared knowledge, contributing to the achievements we attribute to later societies. The study of ancient trade illuminates a complex web of human ingenuity, cooperation, and knowledge transfer, hinting at a hidden chapter of global history that remains to be fully understood. The implications of Stargate knowledge for humanity and history are nothing short of revolutionary. If the ancient gateways were functional systems, capable of manipulating energy, consciousness, and potentially even space-time, the consequences for our understanding of human civilization, technological development, and spiritual evolution are profound. Stargate suggests that ancient peoples possess knowledge far beyond what is recorded in history books, knowledge that integrates science, metaphysics, and cosmology into a unified framework. Recognizing the significance of this knowledge challenges conventional timelines, alters our perception of human potential, and invites a reevaluation of the relationship between humanity and the cosmos. One of the most immediate implications concerns the timeline of technological advancement. If ancient civilizations were capable of constructing stargates with precise geometry, energy resonance, and celestial alignment, it implies a level of engineering sophistication far ahead of what conventional archaeology allows. The Great Pyramid of Giza, Sumerian ziggurats, and Mesoamerican pyramids display not only architectural mastery, but also energetic and cosmic precision. These achievements suggest that advanced knowledge may have existed thousands of years before what is acknowledged in mainstream historical narratives. The possibility that ancient humans operated with such technological and cosmic awareness challenges the accepted story of gradual technological evolution. Beyond technology, Stargate knowledge implies a human consciousness was intimately understood and deliberately harnessed by ancient civilizations. Texts, symbols, and ritual practices indicate that consciousness was not merely a byproduct of human biology, but a tool for interacting with reality itself. Meditation, chant, visualization, and ritualized movement were likely integrated with geometry, resonance, and celestial alignment to access stargates. If these practices indeed allowed humans to navigate energetic systems, alter perception, or access higher dimensional realms, it would fundamentally alter our understanding of human potential. Ancient peoples may have been explorers of consciousness, as well as builders of monumental architecture, blurring the line between science and spirituality. The implications also extend to our understanding of global knowledge networks. Cross-cultural consistency in Stargate design, spirals, concentric circles, circular motifs, and precise alignments suggests either ancient global knowledge transfer or independent discovery of universal principles. Either scenario forces a reconsideration of history. Either civilizations communicate across vast distances and eras, exchanging advanced scientific and spiritual knowledge, or humanity independently tapped into a shared understanding of energy, geometry, and cosmic principles. Both possibilities challenge the notion that ancient societies were isolated and technologically primitive, instead presenting a vision of a globally interconnected, advanced, and highly aware human population. Energy manipulation, as suggested by Stargate research, could fundamentally alter our perception of physics and natural law. If ancient civilizations harness resonance, vibration, and geomagnetic energy to operate stargates, it implies that they had an operational understanding of phenomena only recently explored by quantum physics and energy research. Concepts such as harmonic resonance, quantum entanglement, and multidimensional interaction may have been applied practically in ways modern science is only beginning to theorize. The rediscovery of such principles could revolutionize technology, energy production, and even medicine, offering methods for interacting with energy systems that transcend conventional approaches. Spiritual implications are equally profound. Stargate suggests that ancient knowledge connected humans with higher realms of existence, interdimensional realities, or cosmic consciousness. Accessing these gateways may have been designed to expand awareness, facilitate spiritual evolution, or create a deeper alignment with universal laws. This perspective reframes ancient mythology, religious texts, and sacred architecture, not as mere storytelling or decoration, but as practical guides to higher consciousness and cosmic interaction. Humanity's spiritual heritage may therefore be far richer and more sophisticated than previously imagined, containing methods for awakening latent abilities and connecting with universal energies. The presence of suppressed or forbidden knowledge adds another layer of implication. If artifacts, chambers, and textual evidence of stargates were deliberately hidden or controlled, it suggests that powerful knowledge was selectively preserved for elite groups or civilizations. This raises questions about what has been withheld from the general population and why. Understanding stargates could democratize access to ancient wisdom, empowering individuals to reconnect with lost knowledge of consciousness, energy, and cosmic interaction. The very existence of this oppression implies that ancient Stargate knowledge was considered dangerous, transformative, or world-altering, highlighting potential magnitude of its implications for humanity. On a broader historical scale, Stargate knowledge forces a reevaluation of human origins and achievements. The traditional narrative, primitive humans gradually developing technology over millennia, may be incomplete or even misleading. Stargate implied that humans were not only capable of monumental construction, but also possessed a sophisticated understanding of energy, geometry, and consciousness. Lost civilizations may have existed, leaving behind functional systems encoded in stone, metal, and ritual. Acknowledging these possibilities expands the scope of human history, challenging assumptions and opening the door to a fuller understanding of our ancestral knowledge and capabilities. Finally, the implications of the future are staggering. Rediscovering Stargate principles could revolutionize how humans interact with energy, consciousness, and the cosmos. It could unlock new technologies, enhance collective awareness, and create pathways for multidimensional exploration. Humanity may be on the verge of reconnecting with knowledge deliberately encoded thousands of years ago, offering insights that transcend our current scientific, spiritual, and philosophical paradigms. The potential to bridge ancient wisdom with modern science presents an opportunity to redefine what it means to be human and to reclaim a lost legacy of cosmic understanding. Ultimately, the implications of Stargate knowledge challenge our perception of history, consciousness, and reality itself. It suggests that humanity once possessed and may still access profound capabilities that integrate science, spirituality, and cosmic alignment. These ancient gateways are not merely historical curiosities. They are keys to understanding our potential, our origins, and the hidden dimensions of existence. By acknowledging, exploring, and decoding this knowledge, we may uncover a transformative legacy that redefines our place in the universe, offering both insight into the past and a roadmap for the future. Hidden symbolism in Stargate carvings and texts is one of the most tantalizing aspects of ancient knowledge. Across civilizations, from Egypt to Sumer, from Mesoamerica to India, recurring symbols, spirals, concentric circles, stars, serpents, and circular portals appear repeatedly, often in context suggesting energy, consciousness, and cosmic alignment. These symbols were not merely decorative or religious. They were part of sophisticated language designed to encode operational knowledge, instructions, or metaphysical principles. Understanding this hidden symbolism is crucial to unlocking the secrets of Stargates, revealing patterns and insights deliberately obscured to protect the knowledge from the uninitiated. In Egypt, hieroglyphs often pair spirals, circles, and star symbols with depictions of gods, pharaohs, and cosmic journeys. The spiral is frequently associated with movement, energy, and ascension, while the circle often represents portals, completeness, or multidimensional access. Certain tomb inscriptions depict figures entering circular structures or interacting with concentric patterns, suggesting gateways to the Duat or other cosmic realms. Experts propose that these carvings encode operational instructions for navigating stargates, integrating geometry, ritual, and consciousness into a symbolic language that communicates advanced knowledge through visual metaphors. The recurring motifs imply a deliberate encoding, intended to convey the principles of energy manipulation and interdimensional travel to those trained to interpret them. Sumerian texts and cylinders seals exhibit similar symbolic sophistication. Figures interacting with circular portals, spirals, and celestial motifs are common, accompanied by inscriptions that appear mathematical, astronomical, or ritualistic in nature. Some experts suggest that the combination of these symbols functions as a guide for activation, orientation, and timing of Stargate interaction. The presence of energy-related motifs, light rays, waves, and concentric rings further supports the idea that Sumerians encoded practical knowledge in their carvings and texts. Rather than mythological storytelling, these symbols likely represent operational diagrams, instructions, and principles for engaging with functional systems of energy and consciousness. Mesoamerican glyphs provide another example of hidden symbolic language. Spiral motifs, circular glyphs, and geometric patterns appear in codices, temple carvings, and ritual objects. Many depict cosmic journeys, hero figures traversing gateways, or energy spirals emanating from circular centers. Researchers suggest that these glyphs encode not only ceremonial instructions, but also practical methods for timing, orientation, and resonance interaction with stargates. The symbolism appears consistent with that of other civilizations, reinforcing the notion of a universal language of energy, geometry, and consciousness. The repetition of specific motifs across continents implies either knowledge transfer or an intuitive understanding of universal energetic principles that guided the design and use of stargates. In India, mandalas, yantras, and temple carving provide a highly sophisticated symbolic system. Circular, spiral, and geometric patterns are often layered with symbolic meaning, representing cosmic cycles, planes of existence, and energy pathways. Certain yantras are used in meditation to guide consciousness, amplify intention, and align with cosmic forces. Scholars suggest that these symbols were encoded not only to convey spiritual teachings, but also to serve as operational templates for interacting with Stargate-like structures. The symbolic language integrates geometry, energy, and consciousness, demonstrating an advanced understanding of multidimensional principles that transcends conventional architectural or artistic interpretation. The recurrence of spirals, concentric circles, and circular motifs worldwide suggests a shared symbolic framework. Spirals often denote movement, energy flow, or consciousness expansion, while circles represent completeness, portals, or multidimensional gateways. Concentric circles may indicate nested layers of reality, energy resonance zones, or stages of initiation for Stargate interaction. By encoding these principles in durable materials, stone, clay, metal, ancient civilizations ensure that knowledge would endure, yet remain interpretable only by those trained in the symbolic system. This deliberate encoding protects powerful knowledge, simultaneously preserving it and concealing it from the uninitiated. Symbols often encode temporal and cosmic alignment information as well. Many carvings and texts specify phases of the moon, positions of planets, or solstices, implying that timing was crucial for Stargate operation. Spiral or circular symbols may function as diagrams for aligning human consciousness, ritual action, and geometric placement with cosmic cycles. In this sense, the hidden symbolism acts as both a language and a functional guide, allowing initiates to activate gateways, harness energy, or navigate multidimensional pathways. It is a practical and metaphysical language simultaneously, blending art, science, and ritual into a coherent system. Modern researchers have begun decoding these symbolic patterns using cross-disciplinary approaches. By combining archaeology, geometry, astronomy, and energy studies, they uncover correlations between symbols, architectural layouts, and celestial alignments. For example, spiral motifs frequently align with solstice directions, while concentric circles correspond to chambers or platforms where energy anomalies are observed. Symbols that appear abstract or ornamental often reveal functional significance when analyzed in relation to geometry, energy resonance, and consciousness-focused practices. This demonstrates that ancient symbolic systems were not arbitrary. They were designed to encode operational knowledge in a visual, durable, and universal language. Ultimately, the hidden symbolism in Stargate carvings and texts underscores the depth and sophistication of ancient knowledge. These symbols are more than art or decoration. They are operational guides, metaphysical maps, and encrypted wisdom. They integrate geometry, energy, ritual, consciousness, and cosmic alignment into a coherent system, preserving techniques and principles that allowed humans to interact with Stargate safely and effectively. Understanding the symbolic language is key to unlocking the mysteries of ancient gateways, bridging the gap between ancient wisdom and modern investigation, and revealing a hidden legacy of human potential that has been deliberately concealed yet meticulously preserved. Rituals and initiation practices connected to Stargates reveal the profound integration of human consciousness, energy manipulation, and cosmic alignment in ancient civilizations. Across Egypt, Sumer, Mesoamerica, and India, evidence suggests that Stargates were not meant to be accessed casually. Only those trained in sacred rituals, meditation, and geometric alignment could interact safely with these powerful gateways. These practices were carefully designed to synchronize human awareness with ambient energy, amplify intention, and navigate multidimensional pathways. Initiation into Stargate practices was a transformative process, blending spiritual, physical, and intellectual preparation into a system of knowledge that was both highly practical and deeply mystical. In Egypt, initiation into Stargate knowledge was closely tied to the priesthood. Training involved extensive study of sacred geometry, celestial cycles, and ritualized movements designed to align the practitioner with cosmic forces. The Duat, often depicted as a realm of tunnels, spirals, and gates, was understood not merely as a spiritual afterlife, but as a domain accessible through consciousness. Rituals included chanting, breath control, meditative focus, and precise movement through symbolic pathways within temples or pyramids. These practices were intended to harmonize the initiate's energy with the pyramid's geometric and energetic structures, potentially allowing safe interaction with Stargates embedded within the architecture. Such training could last years, ensuring that the initiate could navigate multidimensional energies without harm. Sumerian rituals incorporated similar principles, combining celestial observation, energy alignment, and symbolic enactment. Cylinder seals and cuneiform tablets depict figures performing coordinated movements near circular portals, often accompanied by celestial motifs and energy patterns. Scholars suggest that these rituals were designed to tune human consciousness to specific vibrational frequencies, activating the stargates or interacting with ambient energy fields. Initiates may have learned to harmonize their intent with planetary and stellar cycles, using geometry, ritual, and conscious focus to achieve resonance with the gateway. Such practices indicate a sophisticated understanding of energy, consciousness, and cosmic timing embedded in Sumerian culture. Mesoamerican civilizations also integrated rituals into Stargate practices. Mayan and Aztec texts describe ceremonial pathways, spiral staircases, and circular platforms where initiates performed ritualized actions during specific celestial events. These rituals included chanting, movement, and offerings aligned with solstices, equinoxes, or planetary cycles, suggesting that cosmic timing was crucial for Stargate activation. Glyphs and codices indicate that initiates were trained to navigate both physical and energetic pathways, ensuring synchronization with the structure's resin geometry. These practices may have allowed participants to access altered states of consciousness, navigate energetic networks, or even experience interdimensional travel. Rituals were thus both a protective and enabling mechanism, allowing safe interaction with powerful gateways. In India, mandalas, yantras, and temple sanctums provide evidence of highly codified initiation practices. Practitioners were guided through meditative sequences, chants, and precise visualizations designed to align consciousness with cosmic patterns and energetic geometries. Certain circular and spiral arrangements within temples acted as focal points for energy concentration, amplifying the effects of meditative practice. Initiates were trained to enter these symbolic spaces mentally and energetically, harmonizing their own vibrational frequency with the cosmic resonance of the Stargate. These practices were often highly ritualized, emphasizing discipline, timing, and intent, reflecting a profound understanding of the interplay between consciousness, geometry, and energy. Across cultures, initiation practices consistently emphasize the triad of geometry, energy, and consciousness. Geometry provides a structural framework, energy flows through designed spaces or objects, and consciousness directs and amplifies interaction with these forces. Initiates were required to master all three aspects, demonstrating that stargates were not simply architectural features, but functional, operational systems requiring skill, knowledge, and attunement. The careful control of these practices ensured that stargates were accessed safely, minimizing the risk of physical, psychological, or energetic harm. Symbols and coded text played a critical role in guiding initiation. Spirals, concentric circles, and circular motifs often indicated movement, energy flow, or stages of preparation. Texts and carvings served as visual and symbolic guides, instructing initiates on timing, alignment, and ritual procedure. These encoded instructions ensured continuity of knowledge while maintaining secrecy, allowing only the trained and prepared to access the gateways. The combination of symbolic, geometric, and ritualistic instruction highlights the sophistication of these initiation systems, blending education, spiritual growth, and practical operation into a coherent framework. Modern researchers and esoteric scholars suggest that initiation practices may also have influenced consciousness expansion and multidimensional perception. By engaging in these rituals, ancient practitioners may have been able to experience altered states, navigate energetic networks, or perceive dimensions beyond ordinary reality. Such practices suggest that stargates were not merely portals through space, but gateways to higher awareness, enabling humans to interact with forces and realms that remain largely inaccessible today. This adds a profound spiritual dimension to Stargate technology, showing that the ancients recognized the interdependence of mind, body, and cosmos. Ultimately, rituals and initiation practices connected to Stargates demonstrate that ancient civilizations possessed a multidimensional understanding of energy, consciousness, and cosmic alignment. These systems were carefully structured, deliberately coded, and rigorously taught, allowing humans to interact safely with powerful gateways that integrated geometry, vibration, and celestial timing. By examining these practices, Modern researchers gain insight into the operational principles of stargates, the sophisticated methods of consciousness training employed by ancient initiates, and the extraordinary capabilities that humans may have once possessed. These rituals reveal not only the practical function of stargates, but also the spiritual and transformative potential embedded within ancient wisdom, bridging the gap between past and present, science and consciousness, material and metaphysical realms. The hidden technology and energy mechanisms behind stargates remain one of the most compelling and mysterious aspects of ancient civilizations. While mainstream archaeology often focuses on the monumental and aesthetic aspects of ancient structures, closer examination reveals systems of design, material selection, and geometric alignment that suggest functional technology far beyond conventional understanding. From pyramids and ziggurats to circular platforms and underground chambers, these constructions appear deliberately engineered to harness, focus, and amplify energy, potentially creating gateways capable of interacting with consciousness, dimensions, and cosmic forces. By analyzing these mechanisms, modern researchers are beginning to piece together how ancient stargates may have functioned as operational systems rather than symbolic monuments. Central to stargate technology is the principle of resonance. Spirals, concentric circles, and circular chambers appear throughout stargate sites, often positioned in ways that maximize energetic amplification. These geometric patterns are not merely decorative. They may have functioned as resonators, capturing ambient energy from the earth, celestial bodies, and human consciousness. Energy flowing through these structures could be directed, focused, or intensified, creating conditions conducive to alter perception, interdimensional interaction, or other phenomena described in ancient texts. Researchers suggest that ancient civilizations understood the relationship between geometry and energy flow, allowing them to engineer systems capable of producing measurable effects even today. Material composition played a critical role in stargate energy mechanisms. Many ancient structures incorporate specific types of stone, metal, or crystal, chosen for their conductive or resonant properties. For instance, granite, often used in Egyptian pyramids, contains quartz crystals capable of piezoelectric effects, converting mechanical stress into electrical energy. In other locations, metallic inlays or objects with unusual conductive properties suggest intentional design to amplify energy flow or interact with ambient electromagnetic fields. By combining material science with precise geometric arrangements, ancient builders may have created functional energy systems that could interact with consciousness, celestial cycles, or other planes of reality. Celestial alignment is another essential element. Stargates are frequently oriented with solstices, equinoxes, or planetary alignments, suggesting that timing and cosmic positioning were critical for activation. Alignments with stars, planets, and constellations were not merely symbolic. They may have been designed to synchronize human consciousness, environmental energy, and the stargate structure itself. When combined with spirals, concentric circles, and resonance chambers, this alignment could create powerful energetic fields capable of producing phenomena beyond ordinary perception. Ancient architects appear to intuitively understand the interplay between geometry, materials, energy, and cosmic cycles, integrating these elements into coherent operational systems. Sound and vibration were likely integral components of stargate mechanisms. Ancient rituals often involved chanting, musical instruments, or rhythmic movements, suggesting that sound waves